Got it. Cyber Bubba's first, Photo Minamaz second. Almost forgot to take my Tylenol. My eyes have been really aggravating me. You can see all the messed up skin around my eyes. That's the pus tearing apart my skin. I don't know what that was. Michelle wanted me to send her a link. To Michelle. Actually, I don't know if she'll get her email. Let's see. Copy URL. Michelle. Paste. What the hell is that? Mobile web view blocked? Screw you. How the hell do you share? Neutral. Uh-oh. Why did that disconnect? Yeah, I know it's for non-commercial use. Why did you disconnect? Hey, 3D Medic. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, here, share. Copy link. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Sharing a link to the stream for Michelle. She doesn't know how to find it on her own, so I'll send her a link. This might be innocuous or it might be disgusting, but I need to clean out my ear. I can feel it. If I don't get that crap out of there, it drives me crazy. Whoa, I'm dropping frames like crazy. Oh, there's something wrong with the internet. You can't seriously answer that. Why would you do that? Why would you call me when you know I'm on the stream? I just sent you a link. Yeah, the internet connection is something's wrong with it. I'm dropping frames like crazy. What the hell? Might have to reboot the router. 1, 2. Is it 1.100? T netstat 127. Oh, there it goes. 1680.1. And now it's getting a wait time. Yeah, something's wrong with the network. I might have to go reboot the router. I don't know if it's the modem or if it's the router, but the network connection is bad, really, really bad. You know, I can see it here. I've already dropped 32% of the frames. Like right now, it's great, but it's still dropping frames. No, it's going down because the connection's good. Let's see if it stabilizes. Might be okay. %, CPU, 3200 kilobits, and my frame drop is going down because obviously as we move to a longer stream, the percentage falls. So it might have just been the internet, the local net. Alright, we'll let it go. It's stable for now. I wish I could reset this drop frames. Well, it's 3617. So if the absolute number of frames is 3,617 dropped. So if that goes up, then we know something's still wonky. Well, I wore the shoes all day yesterday, and they were perfectly comfortable. The only thing, it's not a big deal, but the edge can sometimes dig into your foot a little bit. It never got to the point where it was hurting me, but I don't really have the skills to mold this properly. What I need is for this edge from here all the way to here to splay outward a little bit. So instead of being straight, I need to splay outward a little bit, so that your foot is on this curve, on this part, on the curve part, so that this edge up top here never digs into your skin. Otherwise, these were perfectly comfortable. So these are definitely the model I would use. The guy did a pretty good job on them. I did upload a remix of these, so you can get it with all the original holes, with only the top holes and the side holes closed, or with and I think I have this version with just the 3 holes, so I could put some croc charms in here. And so those worked out great. I have not tried to print these yet with oh, it's interesting, you can now see if I can show you that. There it is. See the diamond pattern? You see that diamond pattern inside there? Oh, there it is, right there. Right there. There it is. See that diamond pattern? That's the grid infill. It's a diamond because the shoe's printed like this. So the grid is printed straight up, but of course the shoe itself is tilted, so the grid forms a diamond pattern as it propagates up the shoe. The software doesn't rotate the grid pattern to align with the shoe. So you can see my weight compressing the shoe has made that diamond pattern visible. Trying to make it there, right there. You can just see the diamond pattern inside the shoe. What I might, well, with this stuff I don't need to, or something with this stuff I might need to if I ever print with this stuff again. I might need to increase the infill and the heat. As you know, this is OBS disconnecting. Hey, red light. Yeah, this is bad. I'm going to go reboot the router. So if the router takes too long to come back online, you might have to go and reload the stream, because it might start a new stream instead of resuming the existing stream. So I'm going to go reboot that router and see what happens, because this is really bad. Yeah, it's losing the frames again. By the way, new favorite shirt. Ew, people. Looks like it reconnected. Okay, I might have reconnected in time. Is everyone still here? There we go. Okay. And I'm not seeing any drop frames. CPU is stable and the bitrate is stable. So it looks like either we're in that period where it's working fine or it was my local network. The fact that this secondary screen, I have software called Space Desk that lets me use a tablet as a second screen. So this is part of my desktop. That kept disconnecting, which implied that it was my local network. No what, Lee? But looks like we're stable again. No drop frames. Jerry Martin, how are you? Matt's Makerspace. So it looks like a few of my garden flags that I had made got canceled. So it looks like the company could not fulfill the order in time. But those were the garden flags for Edgewood, for my Edgewood sign. So that doesn't matter. But it looks like the ones for the vendors, because I got I made up a Polymaker flag, a Filamentum flag, Nano polymer flag, and Vision Miner Nano polymer, and one other one I made up. But anyway, it looks like those will be in country before the tariffs. Basically, as long as your order is in country, like through customs, before Friday, or by Friday, you'll be fine. After that, who knows what's going to happen. So it looks like most of my stuff will be in country before the 2nd. My eyes were bad this week. You can see how it's tearing apart the skin around my eyes. That's what the pus does to my face. For some reason, it got real bad this week, no matter how much Tylenol I took. Every now and then I get what I call an attack, and the pus just goes crazy. I finally found a good... I wish I'd have had the foresight to order more of them before the price went up, because now they're like $30 a piece. I paid $17 for it, but this is wonderful. It's a basically it turns your tool battery into... Well, that's wrong. Oh, maybe it's not wrong. It is pretty low in power. Turns your tool battery. Yeah, I bet. They're not willing to, with Vine, they have to pay the tariffs. And so they're not willing to pay the tariffs, then they can't get the product to bring in country. Yeah, people don't realize how bad these let's be straight, they're not tariffs. They're social engineering penalties, because they're not tariffs. This is not what tariffs are for. But this little widget, you can get these on Amazon for about $30. There is one that does not have the clear top, but I did confirm with the seller it is bi-directional, 100 watts. So you can see this power supply can only put out 65 watts, and sure enough, I am charging my DeWalt battery at 65 watts. So this has bi-directional USB-C plus an QC3 port. Freaking wonderful. Oh, I love this thing. Oh, I love this thing so much. The fan's a little noisy. I'm going to have to work on that. Boy, even doing stuff like that's got to be hard now, because the tariffs aren't designed to tariff anything. They're designed to stop you from buying, period. That's what they're designed for. They're designed to stop you from buying outright. Yes, they have it for Makita, Milwaukee, and DeWalt. They have for all three. I'll find it for you. Oh, while we're on that subject, you guys fucking rock. You guys just, we hit the target. 1 day left. I got $9,200 in revenue, which means I will get the $330 bonus. What sucks is that I'll have plenty of money when I get that $330 bonus, but I won't get that until June. There's a 90-day delay from when you earn on Amazon to when you get it. And but also, $283 is my commission for this month. I haven't had that much in commissions on Amazon in years. So that means this month, the month of April, I'm going to get $600 from Amazon. That is amazing. If this looks to me like they're also going to do this for May and June. So if you guys can just remember to use my Amazon link whenever you want to buy something on Amazon. Now that you can't buy anything on Temu. Well, you can if you're willing to pay exorbitant prices. But Amazon sales should go up. But it looks like they're going to do this same thing. I don't know if the fees will be the same. I'm assuming it's going to be the exact same. But it looks like they're going to do it... I appreciate it so much. That's how I earn my money. I earn my money from Patreon and Amazon. That's where 95% of all my income comes from my Amazon affiliate income and my Patreon. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Got to remember to make sure I say that because that's required wording by Amazon. They don't want to run into FTC issues. But yeah, so if they do this May and June, and if I can repeat this May and June, that's $1,800 I'll make. That's as much as I make in 6 months. that would be nice. That would be really nice. Because there's this first $330 is going to go to my car insurance. Because my car insurance is $339, and then the next $280 I make is going to go to my brother Logan because I still owe him $280 from 2 years ago, and I do not burn family ever under any conditions. Absolutely. It'll work for business account too. What I tell people to do is just replace your Amazon toolbar link here. Hey. Oh. I'm missing a W. Just replace it with my homepage, which I do need to update. But this link here, Amazon shopping page, that is my affiliate link for Amazon, and that just takes you straight to Amazon homepage. That's it. It just takes you right here to the Amazon homepage. So it doesn't take you to a specific product or anything. And yep, as I tell people, just make the shortcut my page, and then don't make the shortcut the Amazon page. Don't do that. You're not allowed to make shortcuts to my affiliate links. That'll get me in big trouble, and it won't work. There has to be a referrer. So the link has to come from somewhere. It can't be out of the blue. So you cannot bookmark it. You can bookmark Narish.com. And then you click on this link. Boom, you're there. Super simple, easy, super nice. And but yeah, that's amazing. I was thrilled when I hit 6,200. I was going to get 250, and it just kept going. So if we could do that May and June, oh man, that would be life altering. Have we dropped any more frames? No. So it was my router. My router was just being. So thank you very much for everybody who's been, because I know that takes a little effort on your part to remember to do that. So I really appreciate that. And but also these worked out okay. I do need to make some changes. The double layer worked out really nice. I'm going to close off this quite a bit more because I kept it short like this to try to reduce the amount of material used. This takes about 300 grams, so I'm going to have to up that to about 400 grams. I think I'll have to reslice because I want to make the sole a little bit thicker. I love coleslaw, sweet coleslaw. There's two primary kinds of coleslaw. You have the savory coleslaw and the sweet coleslaw. I prefer sweet coleslaw, but I love coleslaw, especially the really fresh stuff. You know, it looks more like a salad. Oh, that stuff's good. So I'm gonna add 3 millimeters to the base, so I can have a little bit more of the soft stuff, and then I'm also going to close. I'm going to close this a little bit more, and close this a little bit more, because the problem is every now and then it tries to pop off my foot, and the last thing you want to do is be walking somewhere and have your shoe come off. And so I have two choices. I can either make this close more so it grips my foot better, or I can put a strap on it. And the problem with a strap is that I don't know if I can 3D print the little snaps to attach the strap to the shoe. I don't know how well a 3D printed version that'll hold up. So I think I'll be better off just having the shoe be a little bit bigger. And so that's where I came up with this. So I'm going to go with this. So you can see here the shoe is closed. It was down here. Now it's coming up to here. I still have to keep this opening pretty big because I need to fit my gigantic foot in there. And then I have a bit more of a tail here. This is I took this top shape from someone else's shoe. There's a barefoot shoe I found on printables, and I stole that top. And then I found an insole and I stole that, and then I made a flat part for the bottom here. So I made the bottom 3 millimeters thicker, and I extended the top up more. So that should be a more complete shoe, better fit, and I will try printing that. I'll print the first one this afternoon. Oh, I love Wawa. Screw you, Joe. I miss Wawa so much. God, I miss Wawa. I need to check to make sure I have the length right. I need to make it like 3 centimeters longer. I'm probably not going to be able to print the claws shoes. I don't have enough material. I need 700 grams of each color to print the claw shoes, and I'm right at about 700 grams. So I'm going to have to wait on those until I get more TPU. Let's see, recent factory files. My favorite is the Wawa green tea. You know, the half-gallon bottle of green tea. And I actually like the diet better than the regular. The regular tastes like sugar water, while the green tea diet actually tastes like green tea. You can actually, matter of fact, that spicy chicken sandwich, eat that before you drink the green tea. Whenever I eat something spicy and then I drink the Wawa's diet green tea with honey and ginseng, for whatever reason, the spicy food enhances the boom from the honey and the ginseng, and it tastes so much better. I think it's this. Nope, that's the wrong one. Factory flats. That's the correct one. Okay. We need to rotate this. Negative 45. We are 290 millimeters long. This one is 285. Okay, so I need to make it even longer. Let's make this the same as this. So 290, 125, 62. 290, 125, 62. 290, 125, and, well, that doesn't matter anymore. That's height. So now let's make this, I guess 300. 10 is 10 millimeters enough? Let's go 305. So we're going to add another 15 millimeters to the length. Where is my tape measure? That's annoyingly loud. We're going to charge you later, because that's loud. Although it's already up to 58%. 65 watt charging. Nice. Where's the tape measure? It's amazing how I can never find that goddamn tape measure. It's always hiding from me somewhere. Yeah, I figure if it's loud to me, it's gotta be loud to you. There it goes, turned off. Okay. It's like, shut up. Part of the problem is that it uses it's got holes in the plastic for the fan to blow through. That's going to provide a lot of resistance. So I'm going to cut that grid out so that the fan has free flow to flow. And then I'm also, I'm guessing based on that noise, since I've only had this for a week, that it's a bushing based fan. So I'm going to replace that fan with a double ball bearing fan, which might actually be hard now, since the price of all of these fans is going to triple. So instead of, $10 for 3 of them, now it's going to be $10 each. So these fans are going to get a lot more expensive. I might have to put a 40-40 fan in there, since I might already have one. Because that's a 30-30-10. It looks like a 30-30-10 fan to me. And yeah, that's 10mm thick, so I think 15mm is enough. I also got this. I put up a JDF video. JFT video, Jewelry Fashion Tech video. No views yet, of course, because it's a new channel. But if you guys want to check that out, I also got the soldering iron. This is amazing. This works very nice. It slots right into the battery. Nice solid fit. Comes with extra bits. The only thing I don't like is that it doesn't have a place to put the bits. So you have these extra bits and no place to put them. So I'm going to 3D print a little thing to epoxy onto the side here for putting those bits. And this is cool. You're going to like this. I finally got one of these. Ready? It's so stupidly bright. Literally, I point this at the ceiling at night with all the lights off and turn it on. You'd think it's daytime. It's that stupidly bright. It's so freaking bright. They have the ability to have just the bottom on without the top being on, or all of them on. And this one also has USB ports, 10 watts, so it puts out 2 amps, USB-C and A. I mean, you might as well. It's nice to have extra USB ports. Nice. But yeah, that light is, yeah, I like it. I got a couple other things in today. I got a little USB shoe for it, and I also have a Bluetooth speaker that plugs into the battery. I also got a little vacuum for in the car, and I also got a paint sprayer, cordless paint sprayer for painting the house. And I got all this stuff basically for free. Temu was running this crazy. They're still running it. I just can't take advantage of it anymore because I'm out of money. My account's now negative $16, which I still don't know why it's negative $16, but it's negative $16, so I can't buy anything else. But they have this crazy deal where you buy 2 things, any 2 things from their list, and that would get you a $800 coupon bundle. Now, if you know anything about Temu's coupon bundles, unless you're ordering large, they're all legitimate. They're legitimate coupons, but they're only really useful if you're ordering a lot. Most of it's like, well, you get $3 off if you order $60, or something like that. So it's like, yeah, okay, sure. If you're ordering $60 worth, use the coupon. But all the other coupons, they're $800 in coupons. It's like 6 of them are $80 coupons. You think, well, that's good. Yeah, but you got to order $300 worth of stuff. Now, granted, that's like 20% off. That's a pretty big deal if you're ordering $300 worth of stuff. Now, the good news is that's also good for local warehouse, and local warehouse is unaffected by the tariffs because that's local. Let me load that link. Why would you do that? I can't click the link? Oh, because you don't... But it says TheVerge.com. I should be able to click that link. I guess I have to copy it. You might have to add a www dot to the front of that, because it won't let me click it. Oh, it copied everything. Why did you do that? Copy. Paste and go. But all this technology and it's this complicated. Why? Hey, you know something? $140 for a custom 3D printed pair of shoes with that kind of detail is not bad. I mean, that's too expensive, but that's actually not. Oh, you forgot the dot. There you go. And it still won't let me click it. It shows it, but it won't let me click it. Let me show you what it does. So for some reason, you know, this one here, it just brings up this menu. It's not clickable. So what I have to do is I have to double click it to highlight everything, copy it, then I have to come up here, paste it, then I have to get rid of Big Bad Joe, and then I can go to the link. I wonder why it's doing that. Oh, how'd you do that? So you had to put the https:// for it to work? Maybe it's the wraparound? Because I'm pretty sure I've posted short links. Nerds.com. It would help if I didn't have an extra space in here. Where the hell did that spacebar come from? Oh, that doesn't work either. Okay. And that also doesn't work. http:// www. Now that worked. See how it's got the underline? Now that I can click. Interesting. Now, am I crazy or do we not have to do that before? I don't remember having to do that before. Is that something new or is that something I just didn't notice? So it looks like you have to have the full protocol address. http:// www. whatever. Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those Streisand effect kind of things where we just remember it how we thought we remembered it, but I'm pretty sure I did not have to add http:// to a web address before. URL didn't work because that's not clickable. Huh. Isn't that weird? Oh, whatever. It's fine. Ugh. But to be fair, depending on what they're made of, depending on the quality, and it looks amazing. I'm assuming it's not FDM, because that would be way too much cleanup work. I'm assuming they're using some kind of powder fusion, like HP, fused deposition type thing. Now that's hot. I did. I think. Is there a way for me to... Here's a settings button. Monetization on. Balanced. I guess I should probably do that. Because I need ads to make money, but I don't want it, burying you guys in that bullshit. So I always use balanced. I guess maybe I can't do it from in here. Oh, that's interesting. Add stream marker. That might be so I can highlight a particular point in the stream to make it easier for people to find that point. Ooh, that's a good idea. I'm gonna start using that. Make it. I think that might create the equivalent of like chapter marks. Let's find out. So here's where we discovered I can click this to create stream marker. Added marker appears in video editor after your stream ends. Okay. So that should bring me back to here, and but that'll be a good way of allowing us to create chapter marks for people to jump from point to point in the stream, so they can, as long as I remember to add them. That's hot. That red one. That's pretty hot. But yeah, $140 is not horrible. It's too expensive. It's way too expensive. It's a niche product. There's just no way that's feasible long term. The only feasible long-term solution is to print your own. But for a manufacturer to produce that, 140 is actually not bad. I'll have to contact them, see if they're willing to send me a pair. Because I can't afford to buy a pair. Okay, so that's longer. Let's get this downloaded. So rotate, export, STL. No, that one is fully 3D printed. The red one is mostly 3D printed. So this one I believe is completely 3D printed. This one is partially 3D printed. Yeah, it says here almost entirely 3D printed. So I'm pretty sure that clear thing in there is probably not 3D printed. But supposedly this one is entirely 3D printed. The Futurecraft 4D, that one, only the midsole was manufactured using 3D printed, and it was limited to 5,000 parts. But this one here, the Climacool, this one's completely 3D printed. Yeah, see here? It still sells what it calls 4D shoes with 3D printed midsoles, but its Climacool are distinct in that the entire shoe is created using 3D printing. It's got to be a filament deposition type thing, or a one of those powder fuse deposition modeling techniques. You know, the this is selective laser sintering for metal, but I think HP has it. They have, it's a vat of resin. The and you know it lays a layer of powder, then fuses it, and then another layer and fuses it. It's an SLS process. SLS style. I think they call it No, fuse deposition modeling is FDM. That's what FDM stands for. What is the... Go away. Yeah, go. This process. probably one of these, either binder jetting, it's polymer binding. I'm pretty sure this is probably what it is. This type of a process, not an FDM process. This is not your. This is not. I'm betting this is not your standard TPU. Because could you imagine trying to print that in TPU? It would take 3 days per pair of shoes. But this one, the entire shoe is 3D printed. That's why you see different patterns, because the different patterns give you different levels of density and flexibility. So the sole has a higher density pattern. The upper sole has a lower density pattern, because it doesn't need to be as stiff as the sole, as the cushion. That's pretty cool, though. I also successfully got the Rocky Mountain Murph sign updated on printables. Except I'm having a problem where every additional layer that I add on top starts off one layer too high. I'm not sure why. I think the easy solution will be just to leave it alone and simply make that first layer one layer taller. And then that'll put the other layers in the correct position. For now, when I start a new layer, I just grab the lead screw and go click and turn it down one layer. And that works fine. Now, the first version, this was the first prototype, and it printed fine for the most part, except for the fact that I used black as the base layer. That ended up being a bad idea, because 2 layers of white is not enough to be opaque, but 4 is. And also the little pillow cushioning that you sometimes get with PETG if you go too fast and you're bridging, that pops through. It feels smooth, but it's enough that it's darker where the pillowing was occurring bad. But it's a proof of concept, shows that it worked. It worked fine. I mean, this came out great. So then I made a version 2. Basically, I used the exact same file. I didn't change the files or the G-code at all. All I did was, well, first of all, the black is actually 2 pieces to avoid the nozzle running over top of another part of the print. Because if you do that, you get this. See? I made the mistake of printing the red first and then printing the nozzle. And so when it was done printing the nozzle, it dragged that nozzle right over top of the red. So I designed this to be printed from inside out. So you print the white first, then you print the orange, then you print the black. Now the black is actually 2 pieces. You have the base, and then you have this black border. And so you print the white, and then you print the orange. This way the nozzle never has to cross over the white in order to print the orange. And then you print the black so that the nozzle never has to cross over the orange or the white. These are all the same layer. These are not on top of each other. They're all on the same layer. And they're all 2 layers thick, 0.4 millimeters. And then you come back, now the blue is on top. So that means the nozzle's high enough that it's okay if it crosses over the other colors, because it's not going to leave a mark. And then the white is again taller, so it's not going to leave a mark. And I chose different colors as well, because blue for the mountains and white for the background just didn't make any sense to me. So I did these colors. And that looks a whole lot better to me. And it turns out ABS sticks to PETG. I didn't know that. It's not a perfect fusion. Theoretically, I could peel this if I really tried hard at it. It depends, but it's sticking. So you apparently, if you have trouble with ABS warping off of the bed, but PETG sticks really, really well, try printing basically a raft in PETG, and then print the ABS on top of the PETG. In theory, first of all, you only need to go to 80C. You don't have to go to 100C, because you're going 80C for the PETG, which means if your printer's not capable or struggles to get to 100C, you're fine. Print a PETG layer first, and then print the ABS on top of the PETG. Now, I imagine if you don't have much bonding surface area, the ABS may rip itself off the PETG. So you'll have to experiment with that, but that might be a way for people to print PETG, or ABS. I decided to make the background blue, and then you can actually see through it because the light's shining through it, but it's opaque if you have something behind it. The mountains in brown ABS, because that's the only one I had brown in. And then I did the spool in yellow because it's like the sun. But I need to do a third layer on top of the spool. This yellow is a little bit too translucent at 2 layers on top of blue. So if I did 3 layers, that would be a lot more punch. So I will do the spool in 3 layers next time. And I had no problems with the interface between the 2 different colors and whatnot. It seemed to work just fine. Yeah, I don't see any gaps. It's not like it pushed the plastic out of the way. I guess the nozzle is pointy enough that wasn't a problem. So again, these 3 colors are all the same layer. They're not on top of each other. And the other thing is, the white was a much better choice for the base because now all the colors are more punchy. I did have to slow down, so I set the top layers to 50% speed, and that made the top layer a lot smoother, so I don't have that pillowing. So that first part takes a long time to print because you got to go slow for PETG. Now, if you did this in PLA, you could fly. And then, of course, when this one I think I did either 4 or 5 perimeters, maybe 6 perimeters. I wanted it to be nice and rigid, but all of this was 1 perimeter. Because you don't need the multiple perimeters. You're putting filament on top of filament. It's going to stick fine. And the 1 perimeter results in very clean outline and infill. It looks fantastic. Now this one's still a little screwed up. For some reason this was even taller above. I had to actually move it down twice. And it prints all these little thin veins. So I know how to fix that now. So if I make another one, I might not make another one of these, but if I make another one of these, I know how to fix that. But you can see the actual interface looks really nice. I've got 0 complaints about that. I'm even thinking about, for things like the mountains, for example, doing 0 perimeters, just fill, and seeing if that makes it merge even better. I'm not sure. But the only error I have is the blue left a mark under the orange, and the orange wasn't opaque enough to cover the blue mark. And then, of course, I have that one there, that red mark right there, which I don't think I can remove. Let's see if I can get it off. Ooh, it's coming off. It's kind of coming off. It's kind of embedded in there pretty good. Hey, it is coming off. Sort of, yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. Hey, I got most of it off. Not bad. I'm okay with that. But yeah, that came out absolutely fantastic. I got 2 holes in here so you can put the string on it and hang it. But I am very, very pleased with that. I'm pleased with how it came out. The only ones that took a long time is the blue, because that covers the whole thing. But most of these took like 20-25 minutes. You know, print that, print this, print this. You know, 20 to 40 minutes each. So what I did is each G code I commented out to remove the command to turn off the heat bed. So the heat bed stays on. Hey Michelle, you made it to the stream. I commented out the command to turn off the heat bed, so everything turns off except the heat bed, because otherwise this will probably separate if I do that. The other thing that I did was that I had a command to raise up the nozzle to 7 millimeters and then let it come back down, because otherwise, if you're printing this, for example, and you finish your purge here, what's going to happen is it's going to lift and move at the same time, which means it's going to crash into the edge here. So what I did was I told it to lift first straight up, and now it comes back down and then moves over. What's really annoying is how do I stop it from coming back down until it gets to the part without having to put in a move command to an area there. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. It's a little annoying. Not a big deal, but it's a little annoying. I thought it would just move and drop at the same time. It doesn't. It goes up, then it comes back down, and then it moves over. But that came out surprisingly well. I'm very pleased with that. This is 300 millimeters. I mean, it doesn't take much plastic to print this, and most of it's white. Because all of these are, except for the white, which is 3 layers, all of these are just 2 layers of plastic. So it's not much, 2.2 millimeter layers. I print this at 0.4 millimeters to make it go faster. And, oh, nail polish. Yeah. Also, this silver is old and very wet. So lots of snap, crackle, pop. I gotta dry it. But, yeah, that came out nice. I'm very pleased with that. I have 0 complaints with how that came out. I could probably reduce my extrusion multiplier just a tiny bit to make this a little bit smoother. You know, where the perimeter is. Also reduce the perimeter overlap 10%. I don't need as much overlap since it's just a decorative layer. What I want is for it to look clean. And so I think I need to reduce my extrusion multiplier by 2%. And then reduce the perimeter overlap to like 5%. To get a smoother finish. But otherwise, yeah, I'm pleased with that. I can make other signs like that, no problem. I went more colors just because I could. You know, this is more than 4 colors. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 colors. So 8 colors. So no, 9, yeah. No, because this white and white is the same color. But of course I did have a booger. Every now and then, you know how Petchy loves to drop a booger. I was like, really? You had to be on the top layer? But yeah, that came out nice. I like that. I'll probably give this away to somebody at the event. Just, you know, if somebody wants it, they can have it. This one I'm going to keep. And I'm probably going to make a 2024 one and a 2023 one. Just, you know, have one for each year that I've been there. And, what is that? Oh, my nail polish. But that came out very nice. I'm very pleased with that. Oh, one last thing I do want to do is I want the spool yellow because it represents the sun, but the filament needs to be red. So I'm going to split that file there and create 10 STL files so that I can print this in red. So the spool will be yellow. I might even put a little bit of the filament inside there. So you see the red filament inside the spool, just because I think that'd be cool. And then this part here will be red to represent the red plastic going in and printing here. Although I guess in reality that should be, well, you could call it a direct drive printer. So that'll fix that. Hey, Sun Turtle from Denmark, how are you doing? See the sign? Yeah, it came out nice. I'm very, very pleased with that. And that's on printables. Just remember, on my printer particularly, for some reason, all of the subsequent layers started off 1 layer too high. For some reason, it started off, you know, 0.2 millimeters above the bed instead of where it needs to be. And so once the nozzle gets into place, I grab the lead screw and just I turn it to drop the nozzle 0.2. A solution might be to just make this base substrate 0.2 millimeters thicker. Since these are completely separate STL files, they don't interact with each other. So just print this 0.2 millimeters thicker instead of having to move the lead screw for each of the other 8 layers that you print. So that's probably what I'm going to do. I'll test it, find out exactly Maybe I have to make it 0.4 millimeter sticker. I don't know exactly. I don't know how much the nozzle moves when I move the lead screw one click. When you force the stepper motor to move, you can hear it moving a step, a click. And I don't know how much that is. I don't know how much that equals. So I'll probably have to experiment with it. But it's one of those things where once you get it, that's it. You're done. You don't have to keep doing it over and over again. But yeah, definitely make sure your first layer is turned down. I wouldn't make the whole first layer slow. I would just slow it down on the printer. I did everything at 30 millimeters a second. And what I do is I just lower it to 20% on the printer. Get it in the right spot. When I see it depositing correctly, I speed it back up to 100%. And so far, that's worked great. I would not try printing TPU on top of TPU. It does not work. The previous left shoe that I printed fell apart. Like, it looked fine, except you see the little bulging where I changed filament to restart it. But I guess if you don't line it up perfectly, it doesn't fuse. It doesn't fuse well enough. This one, I walked around this all day yesterday, no problem. I mean, this gave me no problem whatsoever. Zero issues. The next thing will be to see how easy this is to walk in with regular TPU, because this was a proof of concept only, because this is $40 for 750 grams, which means you're paying $30 a shoe. So it's going to cost you $60 to print a pair of shoes in the Polymaker 90A. And now with the tariffs in place, we no longer have access to the 85A at $31. And that's the pipe dream now. Now that's going to be $60 or $70, unless we can find an American maker of that plastic, which I doubt. They're going to charge a lot more. But as long as it prints all in one go, no problem. It's also the Polymaker 90A has good friction, so good traction with the floor. I had no indication of slipping or sliding, while the 95A might. That's going to be a little slipperier, which is why I worked on this, because this allows me to use very little of the 85A Ninja Flex and then switch to regular TPU. But these are fun. If I were to do this again, I would use more infill for the shoe. I would do the whole thing at 24% instead. Oh no, 20%. Yeah, I was using 10 and 20. So I used 20%, 10%, 20%. Instead, I would just do the whole thing at 20%, because what am I going to do with the 200 grams that's left over on the roll? Not much. So I might as well just make the heavier, more durable shoe. And so I will probably, I'm even thinking I might go 3 perimeters, but because of the way you can see the infill pattern coming through. But I think if I just doubled the infill, that'd be fine. Now, proviso, if you're a normal human being, that 20%, 10% is probably plenty, because you're half the weight that I am, at least. So this is coming from someone who's over 400 pounds. Comfort was fine. I'm not worried about comfort. It was perfectly comfortable. I had no issues with comfort whatsoever. I would not wear these without socks, because that's going to get sweaty. But what I am concerned about is longevity. How long will the shoe last? I just saw, and there it is. There's a little nub in there. Get rid of that. But yeah, once I corrected the settings, all the hair went away. I don't even know what setting was doing it, but for some reason I was getting a whole ton of hair. See all the hair in there? But I noticed that from here up didn't have hair, so I just deleted that process and extended this process to cover the whole thing. And whatever change that made, perfectly hairless. I mean, that's as close to a perfect print as you're going to get. It's not stupid. It's not stupid at all, especially when you pay the kind of price I pay for shoes. If I can make a more durable pair of shoes for less money than it costs me to buy shoes, it ain't stupid at all. Especially with a big nozzle, I can print a shoe in 10 hours. So 20 hours I can print a pair of shoes. Versus the 2 or 3 days people usually take to print shoes. So that's where this comes in. So this is my design for Jus. I'm making this part here taller because my foot slips out of this a little bit too easily. But super simple. You can print it flat. You don't have to print it at some weird angle. And the way this one will work is you print the bottom in NinjaFlex, so you get that traction that you need, and then the rest you print in TPU. I can print a pair of these for about $12. I cannot buy a pair of shoes that fit me for $12. The minimum price I pay for a pair of shoes is a pair of Crocs for $22 when they're on sale once a year. Which is why I buy like 8 pair and I have a bucket outside filled with brand new Crocs. Because I have to buy them when they're on sale because I can't afford to pay regular price. This is a very practical print for me because I'm a 3D printing YouTube channel. These videos got 2,000 views each because people are excited about this, okay? But that's for me as a 3D printing YouTube channel. As a day-to-day thing, no. If I didn't get that coupon from one of you guys to get $35 off a Polymaker order, I would not have ordered this. Now, at $31 a kilogram, that's not so bad. If I can get this under 500 grams a shoe, that would be a little bit of work, but theoretically, if I can get this under 500 grams a shoe, that's $15 a shoe. Crocs are $60 a pair. Okay? A pair of Crocs is $50. I know, it's insane. It's insane that they cost that much. $40 for a basic pair. Here, I'll show you. It really is ridiculous how expensive it is. This was a can I do it kind of thing. But the objective is to use regular TPU, which you can get for about $16 a kilo. What the hell is all that? Like, what's all that bullshit? The Crocs website's not working? I can't load the Crocs website? Okay, the Crocs website is broken. We'll go to Amazon. Why did you do that? You just ignored the ROC. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that so much. So your generic regular pair of Crocs, like this here, $35. Although these are on sale for $27. Now, I can't use these Crocs. They last about a month. I put them at not at $80 a pair. I didn't. So I believe they're called Bistro. Yeah. So here's the Crocs that I buy, the Bistro Crocs. They are $40 a pair, and the thing about these Crocs is this. They have it. Let me change color to make this more obvious. There it is. They have an insert. Ooh, they have them in blue. Cool. Why not pink and orange and purple? But the thing I like about the Bistro is they have a deeper heel cup. They have no holes on the side or top. I rip off the 4x4 strap. I don't need that. I just rip it off. And they have these inserts in the bottom, which dramatically improves their lifespan. I can get 6. I can theoretically, depending on how much I go outside, I can get 6 to 8 months on a pair of these. While a pair of these, a pair of regular Crocs, last a maximum 2.5, 3 months before I destroy them. Now that's me because of how heavy I am. So for me, buying these Bistro Crocs is $40 a pair. If I can print a pair of shoes that lasts as long, if I can get 6 months out of a pair of these and it only costs me $12 to print them, yes please. I have the full ergonomic insole, so you can see I have the arch here, so it's fully ergonomic. Now these are a little too uncomfortable to wear. I made them a little too short, so my toe keeps ramming the tip of the shoe, and that's not comfortable. No, I can't wear normal shoes. I can't. I'm too heavy. I mean, my favorite shoes in the world are New Balance. Oh, it's like clouds on your feet. It's wonderfully comfortable shoes. They last about 5 days. 4 days if I'm unlucky. I get 4 or 5 days out of a brand new $80 pair of New Balance. Now, after 5 days, the shoes are unwearable. They look fine. They look brand new still. They're only 5 days old. But what happens is I destroy whatever is inside the sole of the shoe. Whatever cushioning is inside that sole that provides the support that your foot needs, I destroy it in 5 days. Now, I do have a pair of shoes that hold up better. I have a pair of hiking shoes. You know, they're not boots, but they're beefier sneakers from Danner. But they're $200 a pair. I only wear them when I need to go someplace where Crocs would be inappropriate. Otherwise, I live in Crocs because I just can't wear anything else. It just destroys my feet. Whatever the material Crocs are made out of, it provides that pushback to keep my foot from flattening my arches. So I don't necessarily have flat feet. I have good arches, but my weight crushes my own arches, and it crushes my feet flat. And if the shoe isn't strong enough to provide me arch support. Now, I did find a sort of solution. I bought these clogs once that had removable insoles, and the insoles were made of cork. And I found, at the time, this was years ago, I found where to get more of those cork insoles. And that worked. I was able to put those cork insoles into a regular pair of shoes, and I got the support I needed. But I have 2 problems with that. One, most shoes don't work, because once I put that cork insole in the shoe, there's not enough room for my foot. The shoe becomes too tight. The top, where it laces, it becomes too tight to fit my foot properly, because the cork insoles are too thick, even after taking out the insole that's in the shoe. And second, while that gives my foot support, the shoe itself still breaks down. The actual sole in the shoe itself still breaks down, and it can't support me. So I am relegated to buying these Bistro Crocs because they have they're sealed, so there's no holes. See, this is just decorative. There's no holes, so I don't have to worry about water getting in. I don't have to worry about goat heads and sticker bushes getting in. So they're sealed, and they have this insert in the bottom. I have a pair right here. These are getting up there in age. So these are nice and thick. You see these are getting pretty worn. I pretty much only wear these in the house anymore. But they have this insert in the bottom that stops the bottom of the shoe from wearing. I still eventually crush the material. Like you see, these are starting to get a little thin and curvy on the back because I'm crushing that material, especially on the heel. I'm 460 pounds. I mean, I beat the living fuck out of my shoes. So I have some Chippewa boots, and I have some Danner hiking sneakers, and they hold up very well, but I only wear them when I really need to because they're so expensive. The Chippewas cost me $270, and the Danners cost me $200. I can't afford to, greetings, Earthlings. Where's the Q36 space modulator? Yeah, leather work would be fun, except I'm not a leather worker. I'm a 3D printer. So, I'm even working on a way of using PLA or PETG to make a pair of shoes. Now that I know I can use just a little bit of the Ninja Flex to print the bottom, and the fusion is good, I gotta see, does this stick to PETG? Because there might be a way for me to make the sole out of PETG. And then either print straps or use a sewing machine and make straps to attach to the shoe to create like a pair of sandals. Like, let me find something to show. Give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So, like this. Ooh, there it goes. So the idea would be to print something like this. Where is the switch? Right here. Right here. So go away. So something like this. Your standard 3-point strap attachment. You got the 2-point strap up front. Then you have the yoke in the back. This is actually important. Otherwise your heel tends to come up without this part on the back here. Usually once you have this adjusted, you don't have to take it off again. You just have to take this strap off, stick your foot in, put the strap back on. So I'd have to, either print this and attach Velcro to it or something, or use fabric. Eventually I could do that. And then the thing is, I could print the bottom in NinjaFlex, the sole in PETG, and then print the saddle here in NinjaFlex again. This is where non-planar printing would come in really handy, because it would dramatically reduce how much NinjaFlex I need, because all I need is an interference layer. The bottom I need a couple millimeters to give you the shock. Hey Matt, but for this insole here, all I need is 0.4 millimeters of NinjaFlex, just enough to create an interface layer. I don't need the whole entire thing to be NinjaFlex. I just need a skin. And non-planar printing would be necessary to do that. Basically, the last 2 non-planar layers, you pause, swap out to NinjaFlex, and then resume. And but that's only going to work if you use non-planar printing. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole bunch of thickness there to get those 2 layers. But this is something I could eventually theoretically 3D print, but this also has limited usefulness. Is that what these are? Eco sandals? I don't know. I just looked at the first Google search. Like, see, I can't use sandals like this because your heel flops up. It's just not enough to hold your heel. You need this. You need this yoke to grab the front and back of your foot. So you need this style here. You need this yoke in order to have a proper daily wear shoe. At least for me. But even these cost a lot of money lately, and they don't support my feet. So with 3D printing, I can use 95A TPU, which is virtually indestructible, to print the insole to get my arch support that I need. If it's not enough, I can increase it, I can lower it, I can model this, I can adjust it to make it thicker or thinner. But yeah, I can print these for $5 to $8 each. This one here is less than $6 in plastic, and that includes the NinjaFlex. That stuff's $90 a kilo, but I need so little of it that I can just print the NinjaFlex. It's I think it's 4 layers of wiggle, so I use the wiggle infill pattern right there, and then 2 top layers. And then on top of that, I print a single top layer of the TPU and then normal print for the TPU. That provides the adhesion, and I have tested this does not separate. The bond appears to be temperature fused. Yes, I will be at Rocky Mountain Rep. I made a multicolor sign. And if you, what color changing system are you using? Chris Taylor Mark 1, 2 hands. 9 separate STL files, and I manually swap the filament and tell it to print the next STL file. There's neat little tricks you can do to do that. So there's 8 colors in that one. But yeah, I was hoping to keep it down to this Chinese, slipper, kung fu, flat shoe kind of thing, just because it uses so little material. What's really annoying is that I should be able to print this for 180 grams by printing this part of the shoe in vase mode, but for some reason it doesn't work. Like you see, this is printed in vase mode because all that is holding onto your foot. You only need the material here at the bottom, so I should be able to print all this in vase mode. Well, Sun Turtle, when I make enough money to be able to afford $200 shoes that last 6 to 9 months each, that's $400 a year in shoes, I can do that. Otherwise, I gotta find solutions. Right now, my solution is Crocs. The problem with the Crocs, though, is they're $40 a pair and they last 6 months. If I'm lucky, they last 6 months. If I'm physically active, I get 3 or 4 months out of them. You know, that's $160 a year in shoes. I can't afford that. You know, so I buy them when they're on sale, and you guys actually helped me the last time I bought a few of them. But they're not on sale as often anymore. If I can print my own, well, I'm going to do that. And then as far as comfort, well, I'm taking an existing modeled insole. I mean, no pair of shoes you buy are modeled to your feet. These are custom modeled to my feet. Oh, I don't like the way that feels. Adjust it. I don't like the way that feels. Adjust it. I just keep tweaking it until my feet feel great. Yeah, I'm EU 48. So I'm a size 48. So I'm just a hair bigger. And, but for some reason, the vase mode breaks down. It's not the overhang angle. That's not it, because the overhang is not that much. I'm using a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. It's only a 25% lateral shift per layer. I did notice that even when I went down to 0.08 millimeters layer, it actually got worse. You can see how it's not clear. Actually, it's probably better to look at it that way. You see how it's like cloudy? And yet down here it looks pretty solid. Now the filament is not wet. I mean, this was in a dryer for 2 days. No snap, crackle, pop. It prints clean. And no stringing. You see there's no stringing whatsoever. I think the TPU doesn't like being printed thin. It seems the thinner I print it, the more shearing occurs. And the same thing happened when I used the Ninja Flex, which is a much higher quality plastic. Although the Ninja Flex did better. This is my first prototype, which ended up being way too big. You can see it almost closed, and that wasn't vase mode. I haven't tried Ninja Flex in vase mode yet. It won't take much plastic. I might have to try that. The problem is I can't afford to use Ninja Flex to print the whole shoe. It's too expensive. This one I didn't even print it very tall. As soon as I saw it doing this, I stopped, because this was just more of a fitment test. Put my foot in, see if it fits, adjust it, tweak it, and this was too wide, too long, so I had to tweak it. Oh, by the way, this does glow. I was sitting here, I was sitting up there at the head of my bed at night, and I was like, "What the fuck is that green light?" And I kept trying to find it. There's like this little light, and I realized it was the shoe. This is glow in the dark Ninja Flex. It actually glows. They probably cost a fortune. Yep. Well, that's actually not that bad. For somebody else to print them for you, $5 is not that bad. Are they using lo-fis? No, they did their own. These are their own models. Okay. This one's cute. Cool. Does somebody have that link to the Maker World guy with all the multicolor earrings? I can't find it. I thought I saved it, but I obviously didn't. It's lo-fi or something like that, or li-fi, or I can't find this freaking the link to get back to those earrings again. Because I want to save them. But yeah, the TPU doesn't like being printed thin, and doesn't like being printed single layer. So I can't. If I printed this out of PETG or PLA, it would print perfectly fine in vase mode. And I might have to try that. If I use that flexible PLA to print this here part in vase mode, that might actually work. The problem is, will the flexible PLA bond to the TPU? If it's just a cursory mechanical bond, then it's not going to work, because eventually that part of the shoe is just going to separate and pop off. Because it doesn't need, if I do the design work right, it doesn't need to be that flexible. A single layer of 0.8 millimeter thick PETG or flexible PLA will be flexible enough to be the upper for a shoe. You want this to be TPU, because you need this to be able to flex. So the question is, if I print, I mean, I have printed PLA and TPU together before. I use PLA Plus, and I printed at 240 Celsius for the bond layers. That doesn't work. That just straight up does not work at all, Sun Turtle. The only way you're going to be able to use a 3D scan of your foot to make a shoe is if you're trying to make a pair of gloves for your shoe as a shoe. Meaning if you're trying to make toe socks, basically. If you want a pair of toe socks or mittens for your feet, that's a great way to do it. No, it's on Maker World. No, I have that now and I'm going to save that. But there's a guy on Maker World that made, he had a whole bunch of them. You guys sent me a link last week. I got to go through the stream last week and find it again. It's just, obviously going through my streams is hard because they're long. But it was on Maker World. And, so, a pair of shoes, unless they're very flexible, meaning they're basically made out of rubber, basically you've made a pair of thick socks, a pair of shoes cannot be conformal to your foot. That's not how it works. There needs to be tolerance. Okay, the shoe needs to have enough space around your foot, and it needs more space in some areas than other spaces. Like, for example, this part of the shoe needs to be pretty tight to your skin, because otherwise your foot just falls out of the shoe. The toe box, on the other hand, you want a pretty decent amount of space in there. It's not about fitting your foot, it's about your ability to make your foot move. Oh, cool. Oh, is that it right there? Did Big Bad Joe find it? It's, yes, lo-fi layers. That's it. Lo-fi layers. Yeah, this guy. Thank you, Big Bad Joe. Now, how do I save that? Follow. This way I don't lose him. This way I don't lose him again. But yeah, he has, now somebody somehow, I guess it was a collection they sent me. They sent me a collection of, collections. Here we go. I bet you he already has it. Maybe not. Earrings. Here we go. That's it. There it is. There it is. Yeah, one of you guys is making me some of these, which I really appreciate. I don't have the ability to make these. These are just awesome. I love these. I love the Link one. That's so cute. The Link one, the plant one is awesome. The Cubone one is awesome. That's just so adorable. The little fox. Oh my god, that's so cute. And of course the Pikachu. And the Stitch. I love the Stitch. Stitch is awesome. I love Stitch. Isn't this from Adventure Time? There's a cartoon called Adventure Time. That reminds me of that character. But yeah, these are adorable. But they waste so much plastic. We need tool changers. Tool changers is where it's at. Because then there's no waste. There's basically no waste. Or we need an AMS type system with a 400 by 400 print bed. That's what I need. I need an AMS type printer, a printer that has that box with the 4 filaments in it. That uses, I'll probably have to build one eventually using like a box turtle type setup. But I need a 400 by 400. Is it? What? Screen. Oh, duh. How do I get back to that? Reopen, closed. Here we go. So here is the link I had from before. Thank you, Big Bad Joe. But these, if you have a Bamboo or a Centaurian or something like that, you know, one of these 4-color printers, these are awesome. That's just freaking cool. Although, good luck getting the earring back now, you know, at an affordable price. He said, well, you can get them on Amazon because the Amazon seller's getting it from China. And now their price is going up 300%. Which means their selling price is going to go up 300%. Wow, I cut myself somehow. What did I cut myself on? I sliced a little layer of skin off. Can someone else tell him what? Screen? I did switch, didn't I? Yeah, I switched. Is the jack coming in slow? Matt, I switched. You're not live. Switch to live, Matt. Hang on. Yeah, I saw it. I'm about to bring that up. So where is my gadget? Phone? Yeah, if you're not seeing the screen, you're lagged. To fix that, when you are watching... Whoa, that was weird. When you are watching the stream, see how mine is not live anymore? See how I got that little live and it's gray? If you click that, it brings you current. So now I'm current. So every now and then you're going to have to click that. Now if you want to get really, really, really close to live, let's see, how do I do that? I don't want to do it here. In a regular stream, you can go here and go playback speed. So you click live, and then you set your playback speed for like 1.2. And what that'll do is that'll get you within 6 seconds of live. No, I'm live chat. Okay, now where is my Cash App? That'd be under Finance, Cash App. Oh, is this here? How does this work? How does this work? Okay, John M sent me $50. Thank you, John M. Which one of you is John M? Is that you, Matt? Are you the John M? No, I was looking, but I'm just behind where you want me to be, I guess. CAD prints. CAD prints. Oh, CAD prints. Thank you, CAD prints. I really appreciate that. I was still on the Maker World link, and I hadn't gotten to the Cash App notice yet. I did see it. I mentioned it, but I just hadn't gotten there yet. Ah, stop it. Okay, so... I see it there. I just don't know what to do about it. I haven't used Cash App in a while. So it says 0 here, but I think that's for me to send, but I can see a 50 down there. But how do I do something with it? Auto reload, deposit check. Oh, I scroll up. There it is. For some reason it was taking me all the way down here. All I had to do was scroll up. There it is. Well, remember, I'm typically looking up here. I have to remember to look down here at the screen that has the chat on it. Let's see. I should be able to do this. Oh no, wait a minute. That's going to be a different account number. I got to figure out how to fix that. Okay. Thank you very much, Cat Prince. I appreciate that. The Silver Trade. Hello, Silver Trade. I wish there was. I know there's a way to use services to do this, but exactly. I wish there was a way for at least people I make moderator to invoke my computer to play a sound. Because a lot of times I get into something on here and I don't notice stuff flowing past on here. And if I don't notice it before it flows off the edge of the screen, either someone has to mention it again or I have to realize I need to scroll. So what happens is, if it goes off the edge of the screen, either someone has to mention it again or I have to scroll back and look for it in there. And if it makes it off the edge of the screen before I see it, it's gone. Unless someone tells me and I go back and look. So what I really need is a multi-monitor setup so I can have the chat up next to where my eye view is. So like a screen like here where the chat is. And also I also need a screen that has this. I need a separate screen to put this. So that when I do this, I can see, what you see. Because here's the problem. When I do this, and then I do this, I can no longer see what you see. Now I can only see what I see. And if I happen to do this, I switch to main cam, and then I switch to this without realizing I haven't switched to desktop cam. Well, now I'm doing something on my desktop, and you guys have no idea what I'm doing because I'm an idiot and I haven't switched my screen yet. So if I had this window here on its own dedicated screen, then all I have to do is get into a habit of doing a scan. Screen, 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 screen. Oh, wait a minute, we're on the wrong screen. And then I'd know to go and switch. But right now, I can't see this OBS interface. I can't see it unless I bring it up. And this shows me what you're seeing. I could just load the stream. Right now I have a 65-inch screen here and an 8-inch screen here. In the lab, where I have no power because the electrical is bad, which I have to fix, and I am deathly afraid of fire, so I am not messing with the lab until I fix that. It burned the wall. There's charring around the outlet. So that breaker is turned off, and I'm not fucking with that until I do a new home run. I have to do. I don't trust it. I have no trust in the wiring in this house whatsoever. So I am not using the lab bench because I have no power. That section of the house doesn't have power because I have the breaker turned off, and I am not going to. I'm not going to mess with trying to run 2 or 3 printers, a computer, and 4 monitors through an extension cord, no matter how good the extension cord is. I just don't want to do that. So I have to wait until I have the money to do a home run, and run a home run from the breaker to the lab on its own circuit breaker. I need a dedicated. What I really need is a dedicated pair of 20 amp circuit breakers. One for the printers, one for the PC setup. And but optimally, I need, a perfect setup would be 4 screens. 2 content screens and 2 back-end screens. The back-end screens would be little 27-inch monitors. One would have the chat and be vertical, and one would have the OBS interface. Then the other screen would be content screens, where I'd have web pages and stuff like that loaded. And this way I can set one up while we're using one, and then switch between them as needed. And that would be the optimal setup. Right now, I just have a big 65-inch screen that's running a little over 1080p, and I have my second screen here. But I just realized I could just load the stream in here. The only problem is it tends to get lagged, and that also uses more bandwidth. But I could also just use Space Desk, couldn't I? I wonder, would that work? What's your email? I tried to send you 3dprinting@Nerisse.com. Is the network being a problem again? Yeah, I dropped some frames. Only 0.1%. Okay. 3D printing. .Nerisse.com. Let's see. I wonder, can I run 2 different devices? I don't know. Let's find out. Open. Ah, it shows it. No shit! That actually worked. It's a bit small, but it worked. Let's switch to this. Let's go to display settings. I now have 3 screens. So let's put this one down here. I need to change the resolution. Definitely don't want that. So 2408 by 1080. There we go. Keep changes. Now I should be able to bring this down here. Ooh, that's small. Oh boy, that's small. That's really small. That's not going to work. I now have OBS. Can I click that? Main cam. I now have OBS on here. But that's a little too small. It's really hard to click the buttons. So, can I leave OBS here? But can I pop out the video? Windowed projector view? Ah, that works! So I should be able to take this projector view, put it down here, and there. So now I have OBS here on this screen. Ooh, that increases the CPU usage 26%. So now I have a preview of OBS here. You can see it. Oh, it's really stuttering. Ooh, that's bad. That's really laggy. It does not like that. Is it laggy for you guys, or is it just me? Because it's only using 20% of the CPU. If it's just laggy for me, I'm fine with that. Although, I don't need this anymore. Yeah, I don't need that. Because I have it on here. Which means I can shrink this down. Ooh. I should be... Ooh, don't you fall. I should be able to make the chat window a little bit smaller. Like this. And then put this over here. Nope, too big. Okay. Okay. This is a little cumbersome, but it could work. At least it gives me an idea of what I can do. Now I need to position this in such a way that I can actually see it. How do I want to do this? I need a way to stand this up. I need a phone stand. I gotta go dig out my phone stands or print one. Wait a minute. I can do this. You dirtbag. You gotta be a nudge, don't you? You gotta be a nudge. Just stay. Do that there. Put this heavier shoe up here and sit this right here. Okay. So now with a tablet, I could put the whole OBS interface on the other screen. And also the lag is a lot lower now that I turned off the second preview. Oh no, tablet's right here. So now I can switch to main cam. So here's the tablet. That's showing the chat. I need that to see the chat. If I put the chat on the phone, I can't read it. So I'm using the tablet to display chat. I have another tablet somewhere. I gotta find it. I have a nice Lenovo P10. That would be perfect. So now what I'm doing is I have the tablet showing chat, the OBS controls on the big screen, and then I have my phone showing the chat preview, or the video preview. And I'm sitting that right here. So now that's not that screen. That is what you guys, this is what you guys are seeing. So that once I get used to this, that should make it easier for me to notice that I'm not showing you the correct screen. So now I can actually bring this up. Yeah, if I had another tablet, I could have the controls there too. So right now I'm looking at Tinkercad, and now I can see, oh wait a minute, I'm not showing you guys Tinkercad. I can come back to the controls and switch to desktop. Now I'm showing you guys Tinkercad. And I have just these controls here. I just got rid of the preview. Because I have the preview in a separate little window here. Okay, that works. Yeah, that's not bad. And it looks like it's pretty close to real time. It'll take me a while to get used to, but I'll have to get used to it. I might have to get like a cheap tablet. You know, find like a cheap $30 or $40 tablet to YouTube rocket science. Well, this Space Essay app is pretty neat. It's nice. And it's nice that it's free for non-commercial. Do they consider what I'm doing non-commercial? I don't know. But hopefully, because I can't afford it. But yeah, that works. That works well. Okay. And thankfully, both these devices have gigantic batteries. This has got a 20,000 milliamp battery. This has got a 10,000 milliamp battery. So I've got plenty of power. And let's see. Okay, this works. See, I don't need the YouTube view because that's always lagged. See, it's already lagged. See how it's gray? It's not red. Now it's live. And now to really get live, you say your playback speed, set it for 1.2, and then it should revert back to 1 when it catches up to the stream. And that should get you within 5 or 6 seconds of real time. You'll have to keep doing that every now and then. Every now and then you'll have to switch your speed to 1.2 because it just lags behind. But that'll get you as close to real time as you can get. But now I can see what you guys see. Main cam. Yeah. Okay. This works. I can deal with this. I really should be more like this, shouldn't I? Let me do that. Yeah, that looks a little better. Well, the problem is the screen's over here, so I tend to look over here at the screen. Dutch ovens are nice, and you can usually get them at thrift stores. Just keep hunting down in the thrift stores, and you can usually find them relatively cheap. Well, it depends. I don't know what your thrift store environment is where you live. Around here, thrift stores suck. They charge retail for everything. Although kitchen goods is one of the few things you can still get pretty cheap. Things for the kitchen. I wonder when we're going to start seeing. Oh, something's lagging. Oh, I'm dropping frames again. That's not good. Come on. There, it's coming back. What the hell was that about? And now it's stable again. Oh, that's weird. Oh yeah, as long as you don't drop it. If you drop it, it lasts about that long. You drop cast iron, that's it, it's done. Especially a Dutch oven, it's going to shatter. Hey, they're clean. Thank you again, Cat Prince, for that $50. I really appreciate that. Yeah, today was the first day I could not take advantage of the... I've been getting this stuff. Like, this here was $17.60. I added 2 pair of earrings to it. I got this for less than $1. Because of the... oh, that's annoyingly confusing. I need to turn that off. That was really annoying. Seeing the 2 different video streams because the YouTube is behind the OBS video. That was very annoying. Okay. I wish I had a lower resolution at the correct aspect ratio. Because I don't need to run this at 2408 by 1080. I can run this at 720p because it's just a video image. But the next resolution is 1024 by 768, which I guess isn't that bad. Yeah, I guess that's not that bad. And it's a lot smoother. Oh no, it still jitters like crazy. Okay. Oh, beef stew and chili. Chili and I also use my Dutch oven for pasta. Well, I have a different kind of Dutch oven. It's a normal cast iron Dutch oven, but it's it's the Instant Pot Dutch oven, the digital Dutch oven. So it sits in a heating cradle that heats it. I can show you. So it's not exactly the same thing, but pretty close. Yeah, they're very handy. Okay. Yeah, what did I pay for this when I ordered it? I paid Venmo for it. I paid... Oh, it's actually cheaper now. I paid $149 for it. Now you can get it for $97. Oh, I hope they're not going to discontinue it. That would suck if they discontinued this. Because if mine ever failed, I would be very annoyed if I couldn't replace it. Let me show you the screen. As I can see, I'm not showing the screen. Desktop. There we go. So this is what I have. I have the Instant Pot Dutch oven. So that's actually an ammo-coated cast iron. This is real cast iron. And it sits inside this heat cradle. So there's a heating element on the bottom here, and you can just set it for whatever you want. And it could be a slow cooker, crock pot type thing, and it could also be a Dutch oven. And you can also sear and braise in it as well. I usually use the sear braise function. And but this is wonderful for cooking pasta. You might think that's weird. Why would you cook pasta in this? Well, you don't. You use this to put everything together. So what I do is I take my sauce, because I usually use 2 or 3 jars of sauce because I love sauce. I hate dry pasta. And I put my sauce in the Dutch oven and I turn it on. Once it starts to boil, I put it on slow cook. And once it starts to bubble. Yeah, this is pretty heavy. It's cast iron. Plus you need power. I put the sauce in the Dutch oven. And then I start cooking everything. The next thing I cook is the meat. So if I'm using ground meat or sausage or whatever, I fry that up on the stove. And then when it's done, I dump it into the Dutch oven and mix it up. And then I cook my veggies. When they're done, I dump it in the Dutch oven. Then, finally, I cook the pasta, because I usually use angel hair pasta, which only takes 4 minutes. And I get the water boiling, I cook the angel hair pasta, and then I dump that into the Dutch oven. So basically, as I cook each ingredient on the stove, I add it to the sauce in the Dutch oven until everything is in the Dutch oven. And the nice thing about the Dutch oven is that, at least this one here, this digital Dutch oven, is you can't burn it. I've never once burned the sauce in this thing. I think it's because it's indirect heating. It's not directly heating the cast iron. It's a form of indirect heating. And so I can make everything nice and piping hot without worrying about burning the pasta, the sauce. Without burning the it's 10 kilos, 21 pounds. But then you need another 10 kilos for the battery to run it. But I've never once burned the sauce. No matter how long I leave it in there, I've never once burned the sauce, and that is huge. And so as I cook each ingredient, I just add to that, and it makes the most perfect pasta dishes. Oh, it's so good. I also use it when I make chili. Oh, I love using that for chili. Well, that's a legit cast iron Dutch oven. I could pull that out of that and just use it as a Dutch oven too. But I don't have an oven. So this eliminates the need for the oven. Here it is. See? It's literally it's a cast iron Dutch oven. It's inside that. You can see the inside there. You see it up here. That's the heating cradle. And this is the cast iron pot. I think was it 5 quart? 6 quart. So I love this thing. This is one of the only thing I use more than this is my air fryer and my rotisserie. This is the second or third most used appliance I have. I love this thing. If I yeah, oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that's evil. Nope, we don't want that. If I ever manage to get one of these, like, $30 at a yard sale or something like that, I'm absolutely going to buy it if I have the money, just to have a backup, because I don't ever want to be without this. I would be a very miserable creature. I want the French blue one really bad. I would be a very miserable creature if I wanted to use this one night and it didn't work. I would be pissed off. Of course, the blue one's more expensive. Doesn't matter, I can't afford it anyway. But, yeah, I love the Instant Pot Dutch oven. Ooh, that's $65. I can't afford it, but that's pretty cheap. Okay, so if you want one, the black and the red one are $65. That looks different. Oh, this is not Instapot. This is someone else. Would you look at that? Okay. Interesting. I thought it was a niche enough product. Yeah, that was a beef roast. I thought it was a niche enough product that nobody else would make one. But there you go. Someone else made one. Rotogoon. Okay. And it's $97 for, this is only $60. Why is that cheaper? Same company. Looks like the same product. Why the hell is it a different price? Different seller? Yeah, sold and shipped by Philwin. So it's a different seller. And who's the other one sold and shipped by? Sold and shipped by Summer. Okay, that's why. So you can get it for as low as $60. That ain't bad. I mean, even just for a 6-quart Dutch oven, that ain't bad. Look at this. Here's a 3-quart Dutch oven for $60. Wow. $44 for here. Here's a 6-quart for $44. So for 20 bucks more, you get the heating cradle with it. Yeah, these are nice. These are very useful. Hey, they make a green one. I didn't know they made a green one. I really want the blue one. The blue is just pretty. I don't know what it's doing. But the green's kind of cool too. It's like Pokemon. Gotta have them all. Well, like here, Dutch oven. So for camping, you don't need a 6-quart Dutch oven. A 2-quart would be plenty. Here's a 4.7. Here's a 5.5. Here's a 6, 5. I know they make 2-quart Dutch ovens. Here we go. 30 bucks, you can get a little 2-quart cast iron Dutch oven. In white and blue, with a very pretty lid. But that's what you're going to want. You're going to want a little one like that. Because you don't need more than 2 quarts when you're going camping. I mean, carrying around 6.5 quarts of cast iron is just crazy. And why would you carry around that much cast iron if you don't need it? If you need a little bit bigger, here's a 3-quart for 35. So 35 bucks if you get, oh wow, 13.5 quart. No, that's a Caldero. That's not a Dutch oven. This one again, although this is kind of cool that you can use the lid as a skillet. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, I like that too. I like the pink one. How big is it? 5 quart, so it's a bit too big for camping. But I do like the idea that the lid is a skillet. That's cool. If you could find a 2 or 3 quart version of this, you eliminate 2 pieces of cookware. You have a stock pot, you have a skillet, and you have a Dutch oven. So you literally have a 3-in-1 essentially. A stock pot with a lid, a Dutch oven, and a skillet. But again, 5 quart, that's going to be heavy as hell. Yeah, 14 pounds. That's a bit much for a kayak. Because you drop that, it's gone. Yeah, exactly. You put coal on the lid to give it that full all around if you're going to cook bread. Yeah, if you're going to cook bread. That's the only bad thing about the Instant Pot is I don't think you can cook bread in this. You're not going to get that crust on the top. Because there's no heating element on top. The lid does get very hot. But, it's indirect, so I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think it'll be good for bread. But yeah, if you can find a version of this in 2 or 3 quart size, that'd be pretty damn cool for camping. Because you have pot, Dutch oven, and skillet all in one. Let's see. Dutch oven, skillet. This is just a shallow Dutch oven. This is what you're looking for. But again, I think this one's too big. Here's that other one. This is the one that's 5 quarts though. Here's a Lodge. It's 5 quarts. Again, 5 quarts. They're not expensive. They're just too big. 5 quart, too big. .2 quart. That's a little smaller. That looks like a 5 quart. Hey, that could work. But again, that's huge. I'm pretty sure that's a big one. Would you stop doing that? I really hate it when it does that. Here's a 4 quart. That's a little smaller. All right, let's see what we got. So that's 5 quart. It's only $40, but it's 5 quarts is what I thought. So that's a little bit too big. This is the big one. That's a 5 quart. Too big. This one's only 3.2 quart. It's got a pretty big handle, though. It's made in the USA, which is kind of cool. Is this Lodge? Looks like Lodge. Yes, it is Lodge. So it's a little bit more money. It's $54, but it's 3.2 quarts. You basically have a skillet that does double duty as a lid to make this into a Dutch oven. That's pretty cool. That looks pretty small. There's not a lot here showing scale. How big, how heavy is it? Mm, 15 inches by 4 inches. So 15 inches. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. 6.2 kilograms. So that's what? 13, 14 pounds? That's not so bad. Let me get you a link. Yeah, that's not bad at all. It's a little expensive. It's a little bit pricey. Although you might be able to get one off eBay. Let's, just for the hell of it. No, it's not. It's fine. Where's this one? This one? No, I don't want to do any of that bullshit. Okay. So Lodge. Let's do a search for Lodge cabin combo cooker. See if it's any cheaper. Nah, it's more expensive. Yeah, $64, $70, $65. Ridiculous shipping. $54 with $20 shipping. Ain't gonna be free anymore. Wow, wait a minute. How's that from China? I thought Lodge was US made. Is it a copy? Okay, so oh, here one. No, $60 with shipping. Yeah, that's the cheapest you're going to get is Amazon. This is a 4.5 quart. Again, the lid does double duty as a skillet. This does have the hanger, which is nice. The problem is it's 4.5 quarts, so it's going to be heavy. It's only 12 inches across, 12.5 inches, so it's pretty compact. It's nice to have this handle, because when you're cooking in a fire, that's the kind of handle you need. 7.5 pounds. Well, that's not bad. Okay, that's actually not bad. 7.5 pounds. And it's 4.5 quarts, so you can cook anything you want in that. Here you go. There is the 4.5 quart. It's made by Edging Casting Store. It's also only $40. But you have the hanging Dutch oven pot. It has the feet to use this as a skillet. So you can flip this over, put it on your coals as a skillet. And it's also got the camping handle. So when you're working around open flame, that makes it easier to manipulate this stuff. That's nice. Yeah, and compact. I really like the compact too. You can hang it up over a fire. Damn it, that's actually pretty nice. That's not bad. It doesn't show using the lid as a skillet. It says with skillet lid. But yeah, there you go. And you could put other stuff in there. You could put your cooking supplies inside of it when you pack it. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. That one's optimized for camping too. Here's another one. Go away, Jesus. Let's see. This one's only 28. Looks like a similar deal. Dutch oven pot pre-seasoned, 4-quart with lid, 3-legged with lid. Now, does this one let you use the lid as a skillet? I don't know. It looks like it.
These high-quality pre-seasoned cast iron.
Yep. You can do indirect heating. You can use it as a skillet. So, yep, that'll work too. You can make a double boiler out of it. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Wonderful cast iron pot. Let's cook some ramen. But yeah, that's only $28. And the weight should be similar. So it should be around 7 or 8 pounds. It's got the nice lid. Yes, you can use it as a skillet or griddle. And it is 5.4 kilos, so it's a little bit heavier. It's about 10 or 11 pounds. Let me give you a link to that one too. I actually like the other one better. I like this one. It's super compact. It looks like it's well made. It's got the skillet lid. It only weighs 7.5 pounds. And it's got the removable handle, as well as the hanging handle. I like that one. That's nice. Ooh, Dutch oven bread baking. That's cool. I love homemade bread. Oh my god, homemade bread is so good. Okay. But yeah, I love Dutch oven. Love, love, love my Dutch oven. Switch back to main cam. There we go. Small time-lapse camera. Yes, someone actually sent me one. I believe it's called Bruno or Brino. Brino time-lapse. Brino time-lapse camera. Here we go. I and an O. Come on. Come on. I think you typed it. It's just waiting. Yeah. Here. So, these are not cheap, but they're made doing just this. You know, they got long battery life. You can get extra cases for them, put them outside. Why is this taking so long? Here we go. No, they have small ones. No, 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 no. Where the hell? This is just a generic link to all of them. They have. Here's a little one. See? A little tiny camera. So scroll down to the TLC 130. And it's a little camera, size of an action camera. It's 1080p. Oh, why is it taking so long? Where's the dimensions? 6 days at 5-minute intervals. It comes with app connectivity, and it is 2 inches by 2 inches by 1 inch. Well, yeah, a little over 2 by 2 by 1. So very, very tiny. It's the size of a GoPro. But that's what if you want a dedicated unit. Now, if you don't need a dedicated dedicated unit, if you just want a very affordable, high-quality time-lapse camera, there is a very easy way to do that. This is something I used to do a lot with. Stop it. You just get one of these. You get an old flagship cell phone. It needs to be a flagship phone. You just need one that's 5 or 6 years old. Ideally, if it has a replaceable battery, you can usually get a replacement battery that's bigger, and then it'll run a really long time. But you then install a program called Lapsit Pro. Basically, it's fully customizable time-lapse software for cell phones. And you set the software up. You tell it how many frames you want, how long you want the video. Do you want it to convert it into video for you? Or do you want just the pictures and you'll handle stitching it together yourself later? It has all those options. And then you can plug it into external power to keep it running. And then you just take a cell phone and you use that as a time-lapse camera. I used to do that all the time. Let me show you what I did with that. Let's see. Tark time-lapse. Here we go. You guys will get a kick out of this. I don't know why this is taking so long. So I did this time lapse. This was back in 2012, I think. I did this time lapse with a cell phone. This is really cool. So I literally put spikes on the end of Dollar Tree broomsticks, and I had those cheap little selfie camera cell phone holders. You know, I had to watch this. The fog just rolls in. This is so freaking cool. I love time-lapse video. And the little Brino's not bad. It's $130, $140 is not a bad price, especially for dedicated hardware. Phone's going to cost you similar by the time you buy everything you need. Then you get to watch the fog burn off. That's just such a cool little video. I love that. Yeah, time-lapse is wonderful. And you could also get smaller cell phones, but the trick with the cell phones is you need to make sure it has a decent camera. Otherwise, you're going to get shit time-lapse. Just go away. Like, really? You're going to bug me? Yeah, I love time-lapse videos. I got to do more time-lapse videos. I like time-lapse videos. It's been way too long. But yeah, you get, like this here is now this would be a pretty expensive time-lapse camera. But this is a little Sony. You can see how small this is. It's a little Sony 5 Mark II. And the nice thing is also it's got 3 lenses. So you have your standard wide angle and your 70mm telephoto, and they're all 12 megapixels. So if you can stitch it together yourself, which can be hard, you can use a regular $200 cell phone and have a 4K time lapse. Actually, with 12 megapixel, I can do an 8K time lapse. It's one of the easier ways for muggles like us to do 8K video, as long as your frame rate's not too high. Like if you wanted to capture every 5 seconds, that might be hard, but every 10 seconds, easy. 30 seconds, easy. You just take an 8 megapixel picture, and then you put that together, and you have a fucking 8K. No, wait a minute. No. 8K is 33 megapixels, isn't it? Yeah, 8K is 33, so you could do a 4K time lapse. You would need a 30. Well, for example, with this phone here, this phone has a 48 megapixel camera, so I could do an 8K time lapse with this. Just take a 48 megapixel image, and then crop it down to 33 megapixels to make an 8K format video or time lapse. And then of course, now this phone's huge. You can see the size difference here. This phone is absolutely massive. What is it doing? I did not ask. Why the hell did you pop up? WeChat. What the hell? You can see there's a absolutely huge size difference between these phones, because this has a 10,000 milliamp battery in it. And but you get one a slim, like a Galaxy S5 or S6 or S7 would be perfect and would be about this size. And those original phones were using Cricket phones that I got for like $40 a piece. It was when they had them on sale for Cricket, and it was a nice called the Armada or something like that, or the Admiral. It was pretty. It was a red phone, had a decent camera, and but it also had a replaceable battery, and I could buy 10,000 milliamp extended batteries for it with a replacement back, to put a big giant honking battery in it. And so I bought these cheap. Well, you can print these now. Selfie camera stick, and sometimes you can get these at dollar stores. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a good picture of one. Seriously? Come on. At the time, I bought these at Dollar Tree. I don't know if you can still get them at Dollar Tree. It's probably a seasonal item. I'm trying to find an example of one. I guess this is the closest I'm going to find. This is not exactly it, but it's close enough to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. This is a much higher quality version of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, you got for $1 at Dollar Tree. It's basically this little spring-loaded mount that grabs the phone. Let me find the right one. Come on, where's just a cheap garbage made out of an FM radio antenna selfie stick? These are all much nicer than what I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about is just dirt freaking cheap. Do they just not sell the cheap ones anymore? I wonder. Yes! Yeah, I've heard the software was a problem. I haven't done a whole lot with it, but I want to, because I want to get back into time-lapse. I love doing time-lapse videos. There's just something elegant about time-lapse videos. So you're the one who sent me that, huh? Thank you very much. That's a nice little unit. I heard the software, but the unit itself is pretty nice. Not available, huh? Come on. AliExpress will have it. And you can print one of these too. I've seen these printed. I was able to get them all at once, so I just did that. These are all nice selfie sticks. What's the garbage ones? Where's the one selfie stick? I know they exist. I bought dozens of them. These are actually pretty nice. They're just a lot nicer than what you need. I can't believe I can't find a dirt cheap selfie. What the hell? How hard could it be? Here we go. Now we're getting closer. This is still more complex than what I was thinking of, but it's literally, at the time it was two metal bars and they were springy, so they would just go. You'd spread them, stick your phone in it, and it would clamp on your phone. And the stick itself was literally just a thick, TV antenna. The telescoping metal pipe TV antenna. And so what I did is I bought a whole bunch of them just to get the little mount to hold the phone. And then I bought broomsticks from Dollar Tree because they're $1, and I just took off the broom handle and I duct taped a spike to the bottom of the handle. One of those aluminum tent spikes, camping spike for holding your tent or canopy up. And I duct taped the phone mount to the top. And so I literally had these broomsticks with a camping spike on one end and a phone clamp on the other end. And I would just take this stick and go, stick it in the ground. I'd clamp the phone to the top. I would tape a battery, so a small version of one of these. I would tape like a 10,000 milliamp hour battery. One of these things, but a little 10,000 milliamp battery. And I would tape this to the middle of the stick, and the USB cable would run to the phone. And so I had a phone on a clamp, duct taped to a broomstick, duct taped to a camping spike on the bottom. I just jam it in the ground. I turn on the battery pack, turn on the phone, get the time-lapse software set up, plug the USB cable into it, and that would run for like 8 to 10 hours. So I scattered these time-lapse cameras all over the place. Yeah, that was a couple years ago. But yeah, for a tight setup that might not work great, but for outdoors, the phones were great. It was just wonderful. You put a 32 gigabyte SD card inside the phone. You had plenty of memory. And do I have a picture of my setup? I don't think I do. Where would I have that? What? The AI thing, he's trying to answer it like I asked it a question. I was hoping maybe I posted a picture somewhere so I can show you my dinky, like, very crude but very effective setup. I don't even know if the software's still available. The software's over 10 years old. But the software I used was called Lapsit Pro. It was well worth paying for. A lot of it has built-in software. If you have a GoPro, it has built-in time-lapse functionality. So most action cameras can do time-lapse. But unless you're buying like a GoPro, like a legit GoPro, you usually need pretty good light. Because so that might be an option for you too. That's the only thing that's going to be smaller than the Brino. Let's see. Something like this. Here we go. You'll have to confirm it can actually do time lapse. Yeah, time lapse photo. Now the question is, does it actually make it into a video? You'll have to play with it. But yeah, this is $40, and as long as you provide enough light, this is not 4K. Trust me, it's almost certainly not 4K. Hopefully it's 1080p. which is good enough. 2 megapixels is good enough for doing a basic time lapse. Most of these nowadays are 1080p. An advantage to buying on Amazon is that if it sucks, you send it back. Yeah, it'll do 1080p at 60 frames a second. Maybe it actually is 4K. I would actually be pretty impressed if it was actually 4K. Well, let's stick with the reviews. Here's a dedicated. We'll look at that one next. Any reviews? Sometimes maybe the sensors are cheap enough now that they're actually, higher resolution. There we go. I see a lot of fringing. What do you call that? I just had the word and I forgot it. When you have color fringing, I see an awful lot of color fringing in that picture. This sounds like it was written by AI. My 5-star review is because I'm impressed with the value for the price and with the features of the camera and accessories. That sounds like an AI review. Yeah, that's not even 1080p. I don't know. Got to be careful with the cheaper stuff because you really don't know what you're getting. Now, there are a few brands that are good. What is that brand that I used to buy? What the hell is that brand? There's a particular ape cam, monkey cam. It might be ape or monkey is in the name. Would you stop popping crap up on the screen? Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was a good. It might be in my history. It's for action cam. Come on. I don't know why it's being so slow. Okay. SJ cams are pretty good. I don't know if they do time lapse though. We'll have to check because SJ cams are pretty good. Is it ape? Here's Oho. Rexing. Subtig. Copcam. The Polaroid cubes are garbage. DB Power might be good. If I remember right, DB Power was a pretty decent action cam for one of the off brands. 8-mans. I bet you're right. Hi, baby. How you doing? You a good boy? Yeah. Oh, Yi Light cameras. The Yi Light action cameras, they'll actually make videos too. The finished product is a video. An 8-man. Yes, you are correct. 8-man. So Yi Camera, DB Power, and 8-man are all name brands that I remember being pretty decent. So let's look over some of this. So this is a dedicated time-lapse camera that I never heard of before. It's only $100. Automatic time lapse. Automatic time lapse video creation. That's nice. So the finished file is a video. Okay, that doesn't seem so bad. Comes with 2 batteries. It's yeah, see, that's nice. So if you want a dedicated unit for cheaper, and this is tiny, whatever, there's a USB-C port, so that gives you an idea of how small this thing is. It even has scheduling. That's pretty cool. Okay. Okay, now why did he give a bad review? Oh, well, Amazon shipping has nothing to do with it. Oh, he got it for free on Vine. Shit. I would have loved to have gotten that for free on Vine. Cat, you're covered in fur. Oh, you are a cat, so that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? You're a good boy. So that's an interesting option. SJ cams are, nope, they're not available. I don't know if they have a time-lapse function. The nice thing about the SJ cams is they're thumb cams. So they're real tiny. And you can see how tiny this thing is. It is 2.3 inches by 1 inch. So they are super, super tiny. I don't know if they do time-lapse, though. First, is there a modern SJ cam? SJ-CAM? I go for rockets. Here's the SJ4000. Here's the C200. That's still available. C300 Pocket 4K. It's a bit long. Oh, no, it folds. Okay. That's interesting. SJ11. Here's the C100. Okay, so you can get these. You just have to make sure they do time-lapse. Looks like that one's not available, and that one's not available. So DB Power and 8-Man might not be available anymore. APE-MAN camera. Oh, Apex Cam. So 8-Man is gone. Seriously? I'm shooting, dude. So 8-Man is gone. So you can't get those anymore. So SJ Cam is a quality brand. You get good results from SJ Cam. So to find them, just do a search on Amazon, SJ Cam. I go through the settings and make sure it can actually do time lapse. What the fuck is your problem? You have like a malfunctioning brain or something like that? I terminated your call for a reason. Idiot. That's what I think of that. It's like, come on. I send you to voicemail and you call by another means? Seriously? I thought it was Michelle. It was David. Let's see. Paste. Looks like, yeah, DB powers were good. 8-Man were good. What I mean by good is that they were legitimate. If they were said they were 1080p, they were actually 1080p. A lot of the cheap cameras just straight up lie. They'll say, oh, 1080p. Yeah. CJ200 would be great. So here is, use my link when you buy it. Don't forget to use my link. There's a list of the SJ cams. Here's the C200. Yep, nice and compact. I was looking for the 100 because it was cheaper. But yeah, that's tiny. Itty bitty little camera. It is 1 inch by 2.67 inches by 1.3 inches. So it's a little thumb drive camera. Let's see. Where does it say it does time lapse? It's even got a rugged metal shell. That's nice. So can I get a C100? So here's a C100. and it's only $70. That's not that big a price difference. If you need more than one, that's a pretty big difference. So again, super compact. You're talking a 2.4 by 1 by 0.6 inches. So it's very tiny. You know, you do everything through your phone. You got a little mount there. Now, does this one do time lapse? I'm betting it does, but I don't know for sure. You know something? You and me got a problem, cat. Come here. Come here. You want to be pet? I'll pet you. Yeah. Yeah. You just want pet. Yeah, you just want some loving. Say hi. Say hi. You're a good boy. Yeah. You're covered in fur. Yeah. You're a good boy. You're such a good boy. Okay, come on. Gotta get all the fur off me. Covered in fur. I can just do a search for that. SJ Cam Z100 time lapse. Yes, it does time lapse. So that one's even smaller. Thank you. I saw that. Thank you very much for that. So you're the one who got the X tool. Let me know how you like that. So if you want something a little bit tinier, a little bit cheaper, the C100, it's only $70. And it's also a great little action camera. And it says it does 4K. So it should be able to do a 4K time lapse. Since it's just taking stills. But yeah, that's a nice little one. I like that one. It comes with a mount. So you have different ways of mounting it. That's nice. Very cool. And a waterproof case too. I cannot believe nobody has any dirt cheap selfie sticks anymore. They just don't exist anymore? Really? It's kind of annoying me that I can't find it. Selfie stick. Insta360. That's sort of... No, see, these are all more advanced. I just want to... Oh, that's a pretty simple one. That's kind of it. Yeah, there we go. Your simple little squeeze mount here for the camera, and this is basically just a big thick television antenna. But if you could find these dirt cheap in the store, those are great for mounting pretty much any small camera or cell phone and using it as a time-lapse camera. But these should be a couple dollars a piece, not $10. That is way too expensive. There we go. That's what I remember. Where's the actual mount? There is no pictures of the actual mount. Here we go. Now we're starting to get into the cheap ones. There's your cheap little selfie stick. That's what I remember. I don't remember the nice neon colors, but there's your dirt cheap selfie stick. You have your simple little clamp. It's a spring-loaded clamp, with or without the button for the taking the picture, which I don't care about. But yeah, all I did was rip off this mount part here, or if I think I got these cheap enough that I had just the mounts. Because if I had the stick, I would have just taped the stick to the broomstick. And but yeah, dirt cheap, simple little selfie sticks. That's what I remember. Again, this is a little bit more than what I thought, but you get the idea. You can use. Here it is. There it is. That's it. That's what I remember. There it is. The little metal thing. It's got spring inside. You yank on that, and your phone just clamps in there. That bit right there, not this bit, but and then it's the regular TV antenna thing. These shouldn't be $6 a piece. These should be $1 a piece. These things are garbage cheap. I would never pay $6 for that. It's probably because of the stupid button. The ones I had didn't have a button, and they were available at Dollar Tree. Yep. Just make sure you use PETG, or if you're using PLA, use white PLA so it doesn't get hot in the sun. Yeah, that's the cheapo. There's another one. Yeah, that's it. The little metal U shape, and it's just spring loaded. You just yank on it and it pulls out, and it just clamps right over your phone. Stupid cheap selfie sticks, but they were great for I went to Dollar Tree. I bought like 6 brooms, and I took all the heads off, and I bought a pack of 6 of the aluminum camping spikes. These things here, not this nice, but here it is. This right here, these, the little tri-blade bloodletting, what do you call the on the end of a rifle, bayonet. It looks like a bayonet blade, but it's just a little flat, so it doesn't wiggle so much. And I think I actually used 2 of these on each broomstick. I put one on each side of the broomstick and duct taped it on. And so I had 2 spikes on the bottom of the broomstick. And I just went, stuck it in the ground, opened the clamp, stick the phone in the clamp, aim it where I want. I had a battery pack all set up and taped to the broomstick. And I'd plug in, the phones that had the 10,000 milliamp batteries didn't need an external battery. But a couple of them were like S2s, S3s. So I didn't have, they didn't have 10,000 milliamp batteries. At the time, there was a company called Zero Lemon that made third-party batteries for phones that were 10,000 milliamps. I wonder if they're still available. Zero Lemon battery. There it is. Now they're cases because phones don't have replaceable batteries. But at the time, in the past, you could replace the battery in the phones, and so you would get a replacement battery with this overmolded case that would you'd replace the sorry, yeah, I could see it there. Switch desktop. So you would get these are all battery cases, because you can't replace the battery in modern phones, which is absolute horseshit. But in the old days, you would actually remove the original battery, put in this new Zero Lemon battery, and they made their own replacement back for the phone, so that you literally had a phone with a built-in 10,000 milliamp hour battery. It turned your phone into a brick, but who cares? Let's see if I can find one. Zero Lemon Note 4. They don't have one? Zero Lemon? They don't have it anymore, okay. Well, obviously it makes sense it wouldn't be available new, but I was expecting to see a picture. Here we go. So, see here? You'd get this replacement battery and this replacement case back to replace the original battery and the original case back. And you would just drop that in, put the new case on. It would turn your phone into a brick like this. Alright? but you'd have 10,000 milliamps of battery capacity. You could run the phone for, you stupid, stinking, no good slime bag. But you could literally run your phone for days. Just days on a charge. It was ridiculous. First thing I did every time I got a new phone, I would go to Zero Lemon and see about getting a replacement battery, because I hate charging the goddamn phone. God, I hate it when I have to keep charging it. So the first thing I would do is replace the battery with a Zero Lemon. And I forget. Red Cricket phone. Old. See if I can find one. Images. Oh, there it is. There it is right there. There's the phone. Holy crap, I found it. I still have these somewhere. I think I do. That's it. No, that's not it. That's Samsung. It looks like that though. Oh, that's not it. Maybe it was a Samsung. Yeah, that is it. So it was a Samsung. But they had a replacement battery available for this. It was like a 6,000 or 7,000 milliamp hour battery with a replacement. It wasn't a Zero Lemon. It was the other Chinese makers were starting to make similar phones. But yeah, I thought it was called the Armada. Huh. But yeah, that's it. That's it right there. I remember the red back, the red front, and the black stripe down the middle. But yeah, this is what I was using for time-lapse cameras. Cool. What is the model number? Those aren't it. But anyway, I would buy this phone. You see it has a replaceable battery, and I would put an extended life battery into the back of it. This was back when you could replace batteries in phones. And this was my primary, as long as it could record a 2 megapixel image, then I could do a 1080p time lapse. But yeah, that's it. That's it right there. They had these on sale for stupid cheap. It was like $29.99 or something like that. It was actually a halfway decent phone. This is running Gingerbread. It's running Android 2.3. Doozy are very good now. And well, now what you do is you buy flagship phones. So let's see. You just buy an older flagship. It has to be more than 4 years old, because for some reason, if it's less than 4 years old, it's still stupid expensive. Let's try S9. Here's a Samsung Galaxy S9 for $115, so you can get them for $100. S10, and that's a 12 megapixel sensor. Here we go. Yeah, only for slightly more, you get an S10, 128 gig, 6-inch screen. It's LTE, so you can even put Surface on it if you want. But you get yourself an older flagship phone, because the big thing with the flagship phone is it's going to have a decent processor in it, so it's not going to be a freaking dog. And more importantly, it's going to have a decent sensor in it. The flagship phones are going to have decent camera sensors. Even a 10-year-old flagship phone is going to take better pictures than a no-name brand garbage Walmart phone. Like if you go to Why? Why did you do that? I don't know why this is lagging so much. It's a Core i5 with 16 gigs of RAM. I mean, this is a decent little computer. So, for example, you look at one of these. Actually, the Moto G is actually a pretty good phone. That's actually a really cheap price. Is that the phone I'm thinking? No, it's Moto 1. But still, it's got a camera, Snapdragon 6. Oh, that's actually not bad. That's not bad at all. 64 gigabytes of space. It has a memory card slot. It's got a 5-inch battery, a 6.5-inch screen, a Snapdragon 680 4G chip with a 50 megapixel camera. Holy shit! That's worth every goddamn penny. $40. What version of Android is it running? It's a 2024 model, so it can't be running that. It's got to be running at least 12. For $10 more, you can get 128 gigs and 5G. Wait a minute, this is only 30. Is it got the same Snapdragon? 50 megapixel camera, CDMA LTE, I don't like the fact that it's not telling you what processor it's running. If it's running a Snapdragon, this is worth it. Oh my god, I cannot believe you can get these that cheap now. What is the processor? Yeah, Snapdragon 680. There you go. $30 freaking. 6.5-inch screen, 50 megapixel camera. So this can do 8K time lapse for $30 freaking. Yeah, I'm gonna save that. At some point, I might have to grab that just for shiggles and to see what it does. Because the Snapdragon means it's not going to be a dog. Can you unlock it? It'd be neat if I could stick a SIM card in there. I don't like the fact that it's CDMA, because that means you might not be able to put a SIM card in there. So it might actually be worth paying the $10 extra for this one. Although AT&T has a tendency to lock their phones. Let's do a search for Moto G. I'm not showing. Sorry. Straight Talk is usually Verizon. AT&T. Verizon. US Cellular. Cricket, $30. I mean, 4 gig of RAMs kind of suck, but, you know, beggars and choosers. I just don't know who Total Wireless is. But $30 freaking, man. For a Snapdragon processor with a 6.5-inch screen and a 50 megapixel camera. $30! That's cheaper than an action camera. Wow. Now, does Cricket use a SIM card? Because this is actually a nice enough device that it might be worth making sure you could use it if you really wanted to. And for $10 more, the 128 gig of RAM might be worth it too. Yeah, I would go with the $40. Just having the 6 gigabytes of RAM. Does that have 6 or is that 4? This looks like the same thing. Qualcomm 4 Gen 1 octa-core. It's a Qualcomm processor, that's fine. And how much RAM? Because the bump to 128 gig is not a big deal, but the bump to 6 gigabytes of RAM is a big deal. 18 watt fast charging is also really nice. How much freaking RAM? Come on. Don't fuck with me. Tell me how much RAM. Why can't I? My eye keeps getting all blurry from the pus. 120 hertz refresh rate. Ooh. How much RAM? I don't care about all that. Just as a home automation device, as a device you can do all kinds of weird things with, how much RAM does it have? That's the 64 gig one. 64 gig. Where's the 128? Here's the 128. Now it's saying 90. Why? Why did it show 40 and now it says 90? I hate that. I really hate that. Because it's worth the extra $10 for an extra 2 gigabytes of RAM. See how it says 40? It says 40. What does Amazon have? Stop messing with me. I will bite you. Okay, here's the track phone, $40, but that's the 64 gig version. That's too expensive. I want the $40 price. Where's the $40 price? That's $332. Garbage. 3 gigabytes, 32 gigabytes. No, you don't want that. Moto G Pure 32 gigabytes. You don't want that. It's garbage. It's really garbage. It's not garbage. It's just not enough RAM. So Amazon doesn't have the super cheap prices. Even still, $30 for a 464 is fine. That would be nice though. Why is it such a big difference? What's this one? I can't believe this nice level of hardware is available for such a cheap price. I mean, just a couple years ago, this was unheard of. Powerful octa-core processor, so it's not telling you what processor it has. I don't want to hear powerful octa-core processor. I want to know what processor. Or just not interested. You know, a Helio G99 would be fine. A Helio G99 is a flagship level processor. But this is the sweet spot, man. $30. I want to add that to my list. I think I already did. Yeah, save. That is interesting. Oh, man. Get one of those super cheap SIM cards that put in to have a tiny bit of data access. I just don't know anything about total wireless. That's incredible. Well, the reason I care about that is that if Michelle ever breaks her phone, I could just, like, if I get one of these to play with, and if Michelle ever breaks her phone, I could just give her this. Because it's got at least the 64 is a little too small for her. She would need the 128. Let's do Moto G 128 gigabyte. The 128 gigabyte with a Snapdragon processor and a decent amount of RAM would be me. No, but I was showing you how you can use phones as time-lapse cameras. So I just wanted to see what a cheap phone was available for. And we kind of went down a rabbit hole of, holy crap, you can actually get this for 30 or 40 bucks? I mean, as a strict time-lapse camera, look at this. It's a 6.5-inch HD plus screen, 90 hertz display, 50 megapixel quad pixel camera, 5,000 milliamp battery with 18 watt charging, 64 gigabytes of internal storage with 4 gigabytes of RAM, and it's a 2024 model year phone, which means it should be running Android 12 or better. It doesn't tell you what version of Android it's running, which is really weird. But all that for $30 freaking dollars. And for $10 more, you can get a 128 gigabyte version. And it has an SD card slot. That's mind-blowing. I mean, that's just truly mind-blowing that you can get that much hardware for $30 freaking dollars. I want to get it just to play with it. I mean, that's so cheap. My God. Oh, by the way, if you're mostly on Wi-Fi and you need really, really cheap cell phone service that's actually usable, there's a company called Whoop Wireless, WHOOP. You can pay $60 for a 1-year SIM card. So it's $60 a year, $5 a month. But if you, now that only comes with 250 gigabytes. No, I'm sorry, 250 megabytes. It comes with 250 megabytes of data. But if you pay for the whole year in advance, it's the same price, $5 a month, so it's $60. You get 768 megabytes of data. So that's unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 768 megabytes of data for $60 for the year. Yeah, you can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. That's just incredible. And if you have a dual SIM cell phone, so if you have a cell phone that can handle 2 SIM cards, ideally you want something like this that can handle 3 cards, because then you could also put a memory card in it. This phone has a triple SIM slot tray, so I could put 2 SIMs and an SD card. A lot of the dual SIM cards can take 2 SIM cards but no SD card, or 1 SIM card and 1 SD card. This one can do 2 SIM cards and an SD card, which is very important to me, because you have to call them. You can't, or you have to go on online chat. It's not like publicly available on their website. But T-Mobile has a data-only plan that includes 30 gigabytes of high speed, and then it's slower after 30 gigabytes, so it's not bad. You only get throttled if it needs prioritization. And let's get real. Unless you're watching massive quantities of YouTube videos in 1080p on cell networks, you're never going to use 30 gigabytes. I am a horribly heavy data user, and I've never gone past 5 gigabytes in a month, but that's because I'm mostly on Wi-Fi. No, I'm not looking for a new phone, Mike. I love my phone. But for $30, I can't do it this month, but when I get that big check from Amazon, I'm going to buy one of these just to play with. I mean, this is amazing for $30. I mean, it's a quality screen, big phone, thin, 50 megapixel camera, 5 amp battery with 18 watt charging, Snapdragon 480 processor with 4 gigabytes of RAM and 64 gigabytes of internal storage, as well as an SD card slot for $30 goddamn dollars. I mean, wow. I mean, for time-lapse setups, this is what you buy. I mean, it's so freaking cheap, it's ridiculous. With actual decent specs and hardware. And it's not an old phone, it's a 2024 model year. I mean, that's just ridiculous how cheap that is. Wow. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's brand new. It doesn't say refurbished. Now it says rollback, and it's on sale for $10 cheaper. The normal price is $40. So most likely they're about to come out with the new G Play 2025 model. But who cares? Now it is locked to total wireless, so I'm not sure if it's possible to unlock. Let's find out. You unlock. Okay, that's not so bad. Why do I need security? So you have to have had paid service with it? So you can't just buy the phone and unlock it? I'll have to ask about that. It's not a huge deal. It's not an end of the world kind of thing. But, you know, for that price, you're buying the hardware. You're buying a computer. I mean, that's incredible. Sure, go ahead, Mike. This is not super important, though. This is just a curiosity. This is just like, wow, that you can. I mean, my phone is much better. I have a nice phone. This thing is nice. It's a Chinese phone. If you guys don't mind giant phones, let me tell you about this thing. Can I see it? Yes, there it is. Okay. So this is the Ulefone Armor Pro 21. And there's the brand name there. So Ulefone Armor Pro 21. And this thing has 12 gigabytes of RAM, and you can extend the RAM by using some of the internal storage as RAM. So I got like 24 gigabytes of effective RAM. It's got 250 gigabytes internal storage. It's got a triple SIM tray. So I actually have my Whoop Mobile SIM card, my T-Mobile SIM card, and my 512 gigabyte SD card. It also has now this is the big one for me. It's got a Helio G99 processor, which is Snapdragon level processor. So it's a flagship level processor. 6.5 inch HD plus screen. It's got quad cameras, including I think this one has a 24 megapixel night vision camera. Not a thermal camera, but night vision camera, which is very handy. It's got a 3.5 watt, 33 millimeter speaker on the back. That's the big thing. I will never own a primary daily driver phone without that speaker ever again, because I love that speaker. That speaker is, I can use this as a Bluetooth speaker and just play audiobooks and it'll fill a room. It's mind-blowing how nice that speaker is. You know, it's also got lights and all that crap. It's all waterproof. It's rugged. It's got a 10,000 milliamp hour battery, so I charge it once every 3 days. You know, it's got all the other features you'd expect. It also has another thing I love. You know, it has a full-size headphone jack and USB-C port on the bottom. But I hardly ever use it because you can get a dock for this. It's got pogo pin contacts on the back. So you can get a dock. I was leaving that up so I can actually see my screen there too. So I have a little dock sitting at the head of my bed. And when I get home, I just take this and plunk. I stick the phone in the dock and it starts charging. I love this phone. It's got a 64 megapixel camera, which is okay. It's not a great camera, but it's not a bad camera. I usually carry around my Sony if I want to take pictures, because it's only a 12 megapixel camera, but it's a Sony. It's got the Carl Zeiss lens optics on it. It's really nice. The Sony's nice for taking pictures. But yeah, this thing is And I don't know what it costs now. I bought it when it was first released. It was on sale for $197. All that phone for $197. I love this thing. It's a good phone. If you don't mind a brick. I mean, you can see how big my hands are. I don't mind a brick. And I still can't type. I still can't type on it. It's my. I mean, look at the size of my thumb. This is a 6.6-inch screen. Look at the size of my thumb compared to that screen. Okay, my thumb covers half the keyboard. I got big hands. I don't know how people type on these phones with any kind of speed. I don't know how they do that. I appreciate that, Mike. I really do. I'm actually gonna try to find one that, even if it's $40, I'm gonna try to find one that takes a T-Mobile compatible SIM card, because then I can play with it and dick around with it, and try different things with it. And it's the Armor Pro 21, the Ulefone Armor Pro 21. Let me find the specs for you. Zell@Nerisse.com. ZELL at Nancy Echo Romeo Yankee Sam.com. Looks like it's $229. That's not bad. And that's available from, it's $219 from Ulefone Official, but it looks like it's $229 from USA Banggood, which is very important because that will bypass, and Google's doing this stupid thing where it won't let me open up a new tab. Blocking the tab. No, we don't ship from HK. I clicked that link because it's from USA. Because you want to watch out for tariffs. Be very careful with the new tariff going on. It is USA.Banggood. So is it available from... Oh, come on. Is it available from Amazon? Here's it. It's a little more expensive from Amazon, but the tariff will cost you more than that. You have to look around to see if it's available from... You should be able to get it for about $230. The $197 was the intro that I got. Oh, there's a $30 coupon. There we go. So it's $270. That's not bad. Amazon shipped. My Zell is... Come on. Why can't I move the mouse? Where the hell's the mouse? There. Let me give you a link to this one. So if you guys are interested in the same phone that I have. Now remember, this phone is not slim. This phone's a brick. You drop this phone on your face, it's probably going to break your nose. You throw this phone at somebody, you're probably going to jail for attempted murder, because this phone will kill somebody if you hit them with it. It's heavy. It's a big, heavy phone. But here we go. Let's switch over to the other screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Desktop. So the MTK Helio G99 processor, that's a very, very big deal, because the G99 processor is a flagship level processor. 64 megapixel main cam, 24 megapixel night vision camera, rugged, 16 256 for memory. I believe it's 8 or 12 gigs of actual RAM, and the rest is extended RAM, which works fine. 9600 milliamp, dual SIM plus SD card, 6.58 inch screen. It's 2408 by 1080 screen. It runs Android 13. Maybe it is 16 and it extends to 24. It might be 16 gigabytes of RAM extended to 24. I'm using it as a screen right now, so I can't check. But 3.5 watt speaker. This is a huge one. Now, I wish it didn't have this silly little halo light. I wish it had the flashlight that the other one has, because I really like the flashlight of my old phone. But that's okay. It's a minor thing. Let's see. And it runs Android 14 now. I believe I am running Android 14. Let's see what else. It's also got 33 watt fast charging And the dock is wonderful. Oh God, I love the dock. And here's the dock right there. So it's a little dock you buy. You can get them on eBay cheaper. I got a whole kit that came with a bunch of different stuff. The endoscope, the microscope. It plugs into the expansion port on the side of the phone. So there's a little expansion port to add accessories, which is actually kind of cool if you use that kind of stuff. It's also got an IR transmitter, so you can, transmit IR. I believe it has NFC as well, I think. I'm not sure if it supports wireless charging. If it did, it'd be hard to use because of the bulge on the back for the speaker. But yeah, I would love if they came out with a new model, but I would only consider a new model if it still had that 3.5 watt speaker. Without that 3.5 watt speaker, I don't want it. Up to 16 gigabytes. So yeah, it's probably 8 gigabytes, and you can expand to 16. The U-Smart connector. Let's see, the IR blaster, NFC and Google Pay. But yeah, if you want a everything plus the kitchen sink phone, this is really, really nice. It's just a genuinely nice phone for a stupidly cheap price. The sensor's pretty good. Sony IMX686 sensor. The software is not that great. It's a little bit slow sometimes for taking pictures, but it's not bad. It's not like a junk phone. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, if you want a super rugged, if you like listening to music, using your speakerphone, listening to audiobooks, like you don't even need a Bluetooth connection to your car. I literally take this phone and I stick it inside the little handle, the grab handle on the car, and I just go tick, and I stick it in there, and that speaker is so loud that it's more than loud enough. And of course it's rugged, so it's waterproof. It says 1.5 meters there. 30 minutes at 1.5 meters. 24 hours, 1 meter concrete deep. I don't know what that means. Bury it in concrete? Why would you do that? Like, why the fuck would you do that? But, yeah, this is a nice phone. And you will never, ever use all that power in one day. Let me check. You're just not. You're not going to use that much power in one day. Let's see. I guess I need to use this. I can always bring it back. Come on. It's being slow. Logging into my bank account. Da, 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 da. Yes! $50. Thank you, buddy. Dude, that's awesome. Bring the screen back. You stay there. Stay there. Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you wanna bitch in all-in-one brick of a phone that will just do basically anything you want, this is nice. It'll do OTG, does IR, it's got the giant speaker, it's got all the Bluetooth connections, everything. It does everything. The triple SIM is amazing. Oh, I was telling you about that. If you want to hybridize your service. Now, the only downside to doing this is that it seems like I can't use data while I'm on the phone. If I have a single SIM card, I can use data while I'm on the phone. But it seems in the dual SIM card setup, I can't use data while I'm talking on the phone. And I'm not sure why. I think it's because I have one SIM card set up for talk and text and the other SIM card set up for data. and I guess it can't use both SIM cards simultaneously. I don't know. It's a minor issue. I mean, how often do you need to use data when you're on the phone? I don't care. I wish it would let me revert to using data on the primary SIM card when I'm on the phone, because that SIM card does have some data. But T-Mobile has a data-only plan that's $15 a month. And if you set up automatic payments, you get a $5 discount. That's $10 a month. You add the Whoop mobile SIM card, and let's see here. So if you get and that's $10 inclusive. So that's including taxes. You just pay $10. It's not $10 plus taxes. The Whoop Mobile is $60 a year, but that does need to add taxes. It comes to about $64.58. I think I figured it out. 64. I think it was. Why? Look, it keeps jumping to the 5 and then stopping. Oh, that's so annoying. I think it's 64.58 if you pay for the year, and then you pay $120 for the T-Mobile. That's $184.58 divided by 12. You're paying $15.38. Let's call it $15.40 a month, and you have unlimited talk, unlimited text, a second phone number with unlimited text, because the T-Mobile data card also includes unlimited text, and 30 gigabytes of high-speed 5G data, which just gets throttled if there's congestion after 30 gigabytes. You get deprioritized. That's unlimited everything with 2 phone numbers, although the one can't receive calls, only text. So you get 2 text phone numbers, unlimited phone number, and 30 gigabytes of data for less than $16 a month total. Hello? Yes? I got 2. Okay, so I got the 30 gigabyte SIM card for my phone, and I got the 30 gigabyte SIM card for my tablet. So now my tablet has all the way always on internet access. And the cool thing about these Chinese tablets, if you were interested in this is the Blackview Active 8 Pro. This thing, I love this. You're gonna love that strap, because if you drop this on your face, it's gonna break your nose, because this has a 20,000 milliamp hour battery pack in it. Same Helio G99 processor, same oodles of RAM. It's got all the nice features. I wish it had an IR blaster. That would have been a nice thing to add, because it's got plenty of room. It would have been nice to have an IR blaster. The 8-inch screen is beautifully high res. Lots of RAM, lots of storage space, all that stuff. But the nice thing is, this isn't a tablet. It's a cell phone. As far as the SIM card is concerned, this is a cell phone. Why is that a big deal? Because mobile networks use 2 forms of data interaction with devices. You have cellular data, that's what this uses, okay? And then you have what's called, it's a legacy name from the old days. It's called DUN, dial-up networking. It's a separate protocol on the network for getting on the internet. So for example, this laptop has a SIM card slot. So I could put a SIM card, I'm pretty sure this does. I think it does. It might be my tablet. It might be I have a Core i7 tablet. That might be the one that has a SIM card. But I think this has a SIM card slot. One of these has a SIM card slot. And a lot of the times these SIM cards are restricted to one very specific SIM card. But if you do have a computer or a large Windows tablet with a SIM card slot, that is not going to work with, for example, a prepaid SIM card where you can get real cheap data, because you need tethering. You need dial-up networking data, and they charge a lot of extra money for that. Well, this tablet, on the other hand, is a cell phone as far as the SIM network is concerned, which means I can put any cell phone SIM card in this tablet, including a prepaid SIM card, and access data like a cell phone. So I take that 30 gigabyte $10 SIM card, stick it in here, although I think that'll work with anything. And I get 30 gigabytes of 5G data with my tablet. And the other cool thing is, I wasn't expecting this, but they also gave me the multi-line discount, which is another $5 credit. So I'm paying $15 a month, tax inclusive, meaning not plus tax, just $15 a month for two 30 gigabyte SIM cards. Yes, please. And I'm paying $6.80 a month for the unlimited talk and text Whoop mobile SIM card, which eventually, when I have the money, I'm going to pay the whole year in advance because it saves you like $20 in taxes. If I remember right, let's switch so you can see that. One of the nice things, one of the interesting things about being poor is you find good deals. You start really hunting these good deals. So Whoop. So here they have the $5 plan, okay, and it gives you 256 megabytes a month. However, if you pay for the whole year in advance, you get 768 megabytes of data. And let's see, what does this come out to? Let's see. I guess I have to go to the next screen to I guess I have to go to the next screen. Because you have to go to address details. I wish they'd give that to you now. Service zip code. Here we go. Why aren't you clicking? I gotta turn this off so I don't splatter my address all over the internet again. Continue. Oh, I didn't type in the full zip code. That's why it didn't populate. There it goes. Calculating taxes. Here we go. So the taxes are $4.89 and the recovery fee is $3.60. So the total for the year is $68.49. So your total 68.49 plus 120 for the T-Mobile, $188.49 divided by 12. You're paying effectively $15.71 a month. I'm sorry, that's insane. That's unlimited talk, unlimited text, 768 megabytes a month of data, plus a 30 gigabyte data SIM card with its own phone number and unlimited text. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. That's what I signed up for. I mean, and in a pinch, you could just do the $60 a year, and you're limited to 768 megabytes of data, but that gives you data access, and you can just use Wi-Fi everywhere. Now, what does it cost for monthly? It costs quite a bit more for monthly. Let's see here. So if we do 1 month. Check out. That's not what I wanted. Why do you do this? It's like, I just told you to replace it, and you didn't do it. Because you're a douchebag. Change to new one. And it's doing the 60. What's your major malfunction? It's got remembers my choice. And it won't be switched. Did that work? It's stuck. Won't let me pick the other one. I want to see that tax on the other one. I can just log in. Duh. Here it goes. Because that's what I'm paying now. I didn't have the $68 to sign up for the whole year, so I'm saving up to get Michelle a new SIM card. I'm tired of dicking around with these phone companies. Come on, show me my status. What am I paying now? I don't think so. I do see it's a little jittery on my end too. Hang on. Where is where's payment history? I do have a lot of tabs. Let me close some of these tabs. Come on. Show me my payment. Why does it have to be difficult? Just show me what I paid last month. Here we go. Okay. $5. I paid $6. Well, that's not that bad. $6.17. I thought I paid more than that. I thought it was $6.81. Listen to all these bullshit taxes. You got to see this. Does this show my address? No, it doesn't. This is hilarious. This is how they screw us with taxes. This is kind of ridiculous because of how small they are. Because the plan's so cheap. So I'm paying $5 a month. You have $1.17 in taxes, surcharges, and fees. So federal cost recovery fee, 2 cents. Federal Universal Service Fund, 14 cents. FCC regulatory fee, 1 cent. That's not from the FCC, that's from them. State Universal Service Fund, 79 cents. State prepaid E911 charge, a penny. State PUC fee, a penny. State gross receipts tax, 6 cents. Another state gross receipts tax, 6 cents. How do you have two? You can't charge the same tax twice. County gross receipts tax, a penny. Another county gross receipts tax, 2 cents. City gross receipts tax, 2 cents. And another city gross receipts. How are they doubling these taxes? How are they able to charge it twice? It comes to $6.17. 6.17 times 12 is $74.04. Well, you don't save that much. You're saving $5.25 for the year. So you're only saving $5 for the whole year. So that's not really a big deal. The big deal, however, is this. 256 megabytes of data versus 768 megabytes of data. That's pretty nice. Because what that means is in a pinch, for example, I could yank out one of my SIM cards and stick it in another device, and now I can have 3 devices on the internet. That's pretty cool. But yeah, this is Whoop Mobile. It's so cheap now. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. And if you want really cheap service, there's a way to go even cheaper. You can go as low as $30 a year. You have to buy it on eBay. You can't buy it direct. But you type in Red Pocket. Yeah, so here it is right here. Oh, that's a $30 for 44? What the hell? Oh, that's just high-speed data. Okay. They have a $30 SIM card. How are they charging more than the SIM card's worth? But they have one that's it's $30 for the whole year. Now you get almost nothing. You get 200 minutes of talking. You get 200 text messages, and you get 200 megabytes of data. That's it. But the point is, you have a phone number, you have texting, and you have a tiny bit of data for $30 a year. Where is the Red Pocket year? Annual, here we go. You can't get them direct, you have to order the card. But there's where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's not what I want. $30 a year. Yearly. Yearly. This is the 1 gig. They have a smaller plan. Where's the little plan? Is it not Red Pocket? I thought it was Red Pocket. $30 a year SIM card. 200 minutes. Where is it? Tello's not bad either. Tello has a plan that has, I think it's unlimited talk and text, or is it 1,000 minutes talk and text? Oh, I know. I'm using it right now. Here it is. Yeah, see, here it is, right here. Although it doesn't, mine doesn't have 2,000 texts. Maybe that's an upgrade. But 200 minutes, 200 megabytes. It's $30 for a year. Red Pocket. Where is it? I want $30 per year, you dumbass, not the stupid bullshit monthly. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. 360-day service plans on eBay. Where is it? That's $30 a month. Here's $5 a month. But that's only 100 talk and text. Although 500 megabytes of data. But you can get a better deal than that. Whoop Mobile is a better deal than that. Huh. Maybe they don't offer it anymore. That sucks. They might not offer it anymore. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing? Hey, did you see my sign? First, I got the shoes working. Where's the other shoe? What did I do with the shoe? Oh, I'm using it to hold the phone up. The shoes work. I wore them all day yesterday. They were very comfortable. Not very practical because of how expensive this filament is, but I'm going to work on my own design using hybrid printing. So this is Ninja Flex on the bottom and TPU on the side. So I'm working on that. And I did finish the multicolor sign. And you can get this on printables now. Now, one glitch I found, for some reason, when I slice it, it prints all of the other layers one layer too high. It starts off too high. So what I do is I slow the printer down, and once it moves into position, I grab the lead screw and I just turn it one click, and that puts it in the perfect spot. I'm working on fixing that. I think all I have to do is print this 0.2 millimeters thicker, and that'll put it in the right spot. But yeah, that came out real nice. I changed it up a bit. I used silver for the print head, yellow to represent the sun. I need to add one more layer. It's a little too translucent. And I used brown ABS for the mountains. Yes, ABS will stick to PETG. I looked it up. It works. PETG and PLA are not compatible, but apparently PETG and ABS are compatible. I wonder if ABS and PLA are compatible. That would be interesting. But yeah, so this uses 8 different colors and 9 different STL files. And I just print one, and I program it to leave the heat bed on. So when it's done, it just finishes. I walk up, I change the filament, and I hit print on the next file. Hit print on the next file. And it prints inside out, so you don't have any lines on top of other colors. But yeah, that came out real nice. I'm really happy with that. Let's see. So I can't find that anymore. So yeah, your best option is Whoop Mobile. Yeah, that came out real. Oh, Cassandra, you I never got a message from you. You were gonna do the Oh, you're gonna meet at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest, aren't you? Somebody was supposed to get my address for something, but they never emailed me. I couldn't remember who it was. Yeah, that came out. The first version had some issues, so that's the first one. Oh, nice. Ouch! So shit's hitting the fan and you're stuck there alone? That's not fun. This is the first one. And I don't like the blue. The white is too translucent. And I had pillowing when I printed the black PLA. So PETG. PETG sometimes pillows if you print too fast. So I slowed down the PETG to 30 millimeters per second. And it printed absolutely perfectly. No pillowing at all. I also realized that I needed to use white as the base substrate, because that means all the colors pop a lot better. The colors look a lot nicer. If I do print another one, I'm probably going to separate the actual filament loop here as a separate STL file. Nice, thank you. I'm going to print this as a separate STL file so I can have the yellow spool. I might put a little red in here so it looks like it has filament. And then have this be red, since that would be the filament going into the print head and printing the Murph logo, just because I can. Oh, nice. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, you're going to try to do the, you're going to try to do this as earrings. And I have all the files uploaded, but be careful. You might need to make the base substrate a little tiny bit taller. When I printed this, even though the files all line up, when I print anything on top of something else, it ends up too high. I'm not sure why. I think the easiest thing to do would be not tell it it's too high and just print this part a little bit thicker. But for now, what I did, since I have to manually swap the filament anyway, and I'm there for the startup, I just start the print, I slow it down, and once the print head gets into place, I just grab the lead screw and just go click and turn it one click, and it's perfect. And once I see that it's actually laying the plastic down, I crank the print speed back up to 100% and I walk away. But yeah, that came out freaking wonderful. Let me check my email. Use whatever colors you want. I don't care. Use the stock colors. Use the these colors. I don't care. If you're using a color change system, then you're going to probably use the stock colors because you're limited to 4 colors. Let's see. I don't see a message from you. Timu, John. Shakroni, Michelle. Cora. No, I haven't gotten a message yet. And there's nothing in spam. So double check, make sure like I send. But yeah, do whatever's easier for you. But yeah, I would love to have a pair of earrings of these. I think that would just be awesome. A pair of earrings and a pendant. That would just be freaking awesome. But all the files have been updated. They're on printables. That link I posted last week. Let me get you another link to that. Let's see here. Really? You're going to make me log in again? Why does printables always log me out? Oh, no, it's still logged in. Good. Okay. Because it uses two-factor authentication, which is not a big deal. It's just annoying for something that shouldn't need it. There we go. Yeah, you do whatever is easier or more convenient for you. I appreciate it. The nice thing is something like that, you could just stick it in an envelope with a little bit of cardstock, and you can mail it fine. It'll be here in 2 or 3 days. But I have all of them updated up to the 800 millimeter. I'm really hoping somebody prints one of these on a Orange Storm Giga. That would just be freaking ridiculous. If I had time, I'd try to. I'll do it later after I come back because I don't have time now because I only have 2 weeks left. But I would love to get my S5 out and print one of these at 500 millimeters just because. It would just be fun to do. Boy, that would take a lot of nanopolymer. Oh, could you imagine trying to cover a 500 millimeter bed in nanopolymer? Oh my God, that would be so much money. But yeah, that turned out really neat. Yeah, I think the reason they chose these colors is because there's 4. You have black, white, blue, red. And so that's compatible with your typical 4-color system. The way I did it requires 8 colors. So the sky being blue, the mountains being brown, the spool being yellow to represent the sun, and the arm roof red, white, orange, black. So that's 8 colors. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 colors. So you need a double AMS setup to do that. That would be silly. So just pick 4. Use the 4 stock colors. That's fine. I don't care. The only thing, yeah, leave it the blue that they use. On the big one, I changed it to brown because the brown just makes more sense for mountains. And plus, I wanted to try printing ABS on PETG, and it worked incredibly well. I was really surprised how well that worked. So, yeah, that came out neat. The longest part is printing this because I slowed it down to 30 millimeters a second to not have the pillowing, and it worked perfectly. It's beautifully smooth. I'll probably lower the extrusion multiplier 2% and lower the perimeter overlap to 5% to make this perimeter even smoother, because these aren't layered on top of each other. These are all printed on the same layer, which I think is a more interesting technical challenge. The pendant will probably be easier because it's a little bit bigger. The tricky is going to be the small ones because you can't make them too big or it's going to look weird. Oh, I got these on now. Little hummingbirds. Isn't that cute? I love that. I love these stud ones with the screw-on backs. They're so comfortable. I have to just only use these until they fully heal. Because every time I try to switch to some other kind of earring, I end up tearing it a little bit, and then I gotta wait for it to heal again. And so just use the standard 4 colors. That's fine. And I appreciate it. I really appreciate that. Because I'm trying to figure out. I guess once I do it once, I can program it. But I have a Core XY machine with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. And the problem is, it's really hard to get parts to stick on that first layer. Because your first layer is so thin that if there's any deviation, you stuff the nozzle. And once you stuff the nozzle, it stops printing. Because it's clogged now. And so the solution is, you print on a raft. Raft doesn't really waste. Oh, studs. I just use studs. So a jump ring and a stud. That's all. Super, super simple. Let me bring it up. So, how do I... I don't know how to show you. Oh, here. Looks like this. So I'll be using this kind of setup. So it's a little stud. So it'd be exactly like that. So it's a little thing. There it is. So it's a little stud, and it's got a little loop on the bottom, and you connect that to a jump ring, and then a jump ring connects to whatever it is you're hanging. And then, of course, you have your standard earring back. That's all. Very, very simple. There it is. So, I love these. These are nice. Now, the other cool thing, this is something I could 3D print. This is something that'd be pretty easy to 3D print. The more common one is hooks. And that is going to look like this. And you guys get a kick out of this. These are little rubber ducky earrings. Except one's the devil and one's the angel. But this is your standard hook setup. And that's very commonly used because it's dirt cheap and easy. The problem is the hooks hurt my ears. I assume once they fully heal, then the hooks won't hurt anymore. But while they're still new, apparently new for earring holes is up to 18 months. It can take up to 18 months to fully heal and build that channel. But until then, the hooks hurt. So I try to avoid the hooks. These are cool too. I thought these were just really slick. So these are, it's a stud with a bar with a whole bunch of little hoops. I just think it looks like orbitals. I thought that was neat because it looks like orbitals for a planet. It's like there's your sun, your Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus. I just thought that was really neat. These are cool too. So this is another, just a stud, and then it's got this different sized little hoops. I just thought that was cool. It would be, it'd be really cool. Oh, now I have to do this. Oh, now I have to do this. Ah! I have to print this at half scale. I'm going to have to use a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, and I'm going to have to print this at 1/2 scale. Because at 1/2 scale, that would be freaking awesome. Tell me that would be freaking cool. Especially if I could make them actually work. Oh, if I can make them actually work at half scale, that would be so freaking cool. I just might have to try that. I just might have to try that. That just the idea now stuck in my head. That's cool. Okay, this is something. So let's mark this. We're just about done. So let me mark this. Let's experiment. So we are now going to go into potentially slightly political stuff. So we're going to mark this so people can skip this part if they want. So I'm going to test out these markers. I need to do that more. I need to start separating my videos into chunks to make it easier for people to find this stuff and go to different parts of the video. And then afterwards I could just tag it. I could say, okay, click on this marker to jump to when we talk about the shoes. Click on this marker when we're talking about the phone. Click on this marker where we're talking about this. It'll make it a lot easier for people to go over this kind of stuff. I also still need to do this. I want to get the mirrors out of here so that I can put mirrors in my little toolbox, because I think that's going to be a very valid usage for this. So how hard... I don't want to break this, because now it's going to be a lot harder to get more of these with the stupid tariffs coming into play. But it's probably glued in. But let's see what happens if I chip away at the plastic. Oh, that's not so bad. I can get underneath it. Now, can I pry it away, or is it going to break it? I can't tell if it's actually releasing or not. Oh, that hurts! I stuck my finger in there to hold it open so I can stick something longer in there. Ah, yeah, that hurt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like glue. Okay, so if that's hot glue, I might be able to just lay this on a 100-degree heat bed on the printer. Lay that on the bed of the printer, let it get nice and hot, and then that might pop right off. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to set the heat bed to 100 degrees. I'm going to lay this bad bamma jamma right on top of it, and I'm going to see if that glass pops right out of there. So, because it is actual glass that will break if I'm not careful with that. But I like this unit. It's kind of sad that I'm going to destroy this because it's actually kind of nice little mirror. It's surprisingly nice. I don't know what I would use it for, but it's kind of cool looking. Also, I did finally get some shoe charms in, so I kind of have an idea of how they work now. Do I have any in here, or are they all in there? I tried to order as much of the hardware and stuff as I could before the tariffs went into place. I think they're out in the car. Yeah. The shoe charms are out in the car. But these are another really cool pair. Wayne, do you see? Oh, that is so freaking cool. Oh, yeah. Come on, autofocus. Come on. All right, there you go. Look at that. There it is. It's a raptor, or, you know, like a Jurassic Park kind of earring. I wonder why it's having trouble focusing. I know it can focus that close. Is it just not enough coverage? There it is. Look at that. How cool is that? That's just a cool little earring. That's nice. You know, if I ever manage to get, possible in my lifetime, they have it down to $5,000. The Lisa is $5,000. If it ever gets down to the $1,000 range, it might be feasible for me to eventually get one. But a selective laser sintering machine to 3D print metal. Now, not practical for a lot of things, because even if you can get the machine cheap enough, the raw material is stupidly expensive, because it has to be an ultra fine powderized metal that meets very specific requirements in order to be functional. And it's also incredibly dangerous. Breathing in hyperfine powderized metal would be very, very bad for your lungs. But I could print earrings all day long out of metal. That would just be fun. Let's see. Now another interesting thing that I'm surprised nobody has done yet. Right now, the way you do a time lapse on a 3D printer, the right way to do a time lapse, is you have a remote trigger. So after the 3D printer prints a layer, it stops, parks the bed in the same spot, and then the X carriage moves over and boop, presses a button on a Raspberry Pi, to trigger a signal to tell the camera, take a picture. And this way the picture is at the exact same spot every time, and each picture is one layer. It should be possible for you to put a sticker on the bed and to have the time-lapse software using pattern recognition look for the sticker and put a bounding box in the software so that when the sticker enters that bounding box, it takes a picture. And so you could design it so that every time that little sticker, every time that logo entered the bounding box, take a picture. Take a picture. You're going to get duplicate pictures, but who cares? The point is, it will require no hardware. You could literally just set up a cell phone and say, okay, there's your target. Every time you see that target in that spot, take a picture. And that would be your trigger. We already do this. They have mounts that you could put your camera on, your phone, and that mount has a swivel. And then the software will track your face and tell the swivel move to keep your face in the view of the camera. Okay, it's an auto-tracking camera mount. So we already do this. We just need to adapt it for 3D printing. So you can set up a camera looking at your 3D printer and tell it, okay, every time this corner of the print bed hits here, take a picture. That's it. Just every time the print bed goes here, take a picture. And now no hardware is needed at all. Every time that logo passes through that spot on the camera, it'll take a picture. You're going to get a lot of duplicates, but that's okay. It would be interesting if somebody did that. That should be entirely possible. And considering how cheap those tracking mounts. Now I know some of the newer ones are hardware based, but I know some of the original ones were software based. Like this one here, it's $30 freaking, so this has to be possible. Let me show you on, make sure you see my screen. It's like this one here. This is a tracking camera mount. You put your phone in the mount here. It has its own, this one has its own dedicated camera. So this one here has a dedicated camera, and this mount will move back and forth to keep you in the frame. Now, some of the original ones I remember, the mount was Bluetooth connected to the phone, and the phone used the phone's camera and software to track your face, and then by Bluetooth it would tell the mount which way to swivel. I've seen that done. I know that's possible. So the trick is, what the hell? Oh, that feels funny there. Software. I swear I remember there originally being an option where there was no camera in the mount. That it used the phone's camera, and you had to use their app to do the video because it used software to track your face. I know that was a thing. I've seen it. I know it's a thing. Is it possible this could be it? Yeah, here we go. This one doesn't have a camera, which means it's using the phone's camera. Yeah, see? See, I got the target around the face. I don't know how much of that's just them adding it. And here's one for $23. Okay, so what we would need is, instead of moving, when the right conditions are met, take a picture. That's it. Just take a picture. So you would mount the camera. You would put like a sticker of some sort, like a crosshair with a circle, some kind of unique emblem that you would put on the print bed. And every time that emblem passed through the target area, take a picture, take a picture, take a picture. And that should allow you to make a time lapse. If you have enough area around the picture, You should then be able to use like astronomy stacking software of some sort to I believe there is alignment software where I can say, okay, align these logos. So like if the camera's a little slow and the logo's moved an inch by the time it takes a picture, that's okay. You just move it and then you crop everything to create a nice smooth time lapse. That should be something we can do. The trick is how. I mean, I'm not a software guy. I don't know how to do that. But it should be entirely possible for someone to make an app you put on your phone. And you print out a logo. You stick that logo with a piece of tape on your print bed. You tell the software, there's the logo. And you create a bounding box in the software. Say, whenever the logo passes here, take a picture. And that's it. Just whenever the logo passes that point, take a picture. And then I could use something like, the Carl Zeiss 12 megapixel lens on this camera to take really nice time-lapse pictures. And use any phone you want at that point. This $30 phone we're going to get from Walmart, that could do it. It's got more than that. It's got a Snapdragon processor. It's got plenty of RAM. It's got a 50 megapixel camera. I mean, you could do 8K time lapses of printer builds. That should be possible. But we need somebody who knows software. Ideally, if there's an open source tracking software that can then just be modified to do these actions. Open source face tracking software. Okay, so OpenFace or CompraFace. So there are open source facial recognition services. So what we would need to do is to recognize a symbol instead of a face. You put that symbol on the print bed. You'd have to make sure there's enough light, of course. And then the trick is what to do when you recognize a face. Take a picture. And also to be able to create a bounding box. Because we don't want to just keep taking pictures because the logo is always going to be there. We want it to only take a picture when that logo passes within that bounding box. Now, that does mean you're going to have to be careful because, for example, if you're printing something like this way, at an angle, like the croc that I printed. If you're printing something like this, and the print head is only printing over here, then your target might never move into the bounding box, depending on where you have that bounding box set up. And if your target is too close to the center, it's going to constantly be taking pictures because it's going to constantly pass through the bounding box. I am thirsty. So, interesting potential solutions there. It would be interesting to see if we can do that. But here's something that absolutely floored me. I could not believe this was actually true. This just, things that I like. Here's what I tell people. I think a lot of people have the equivalent of superpowers. Not superpowers like flying and laser vision, but skill sets that are a little bit beyond what a normal person can do. My dad had charisma. His charisma was off the scale. He was like Superman as far as charisma was concerned. He could talk himself out of a speeding ticket or a careless driving ticket, where he's meandering in a lane or something like that. He could talk himself out of a ticket with a cop so well. I'm just sitting there like, how? Like, how do you do that? But he's very, very good at it. He's very good with people. My little tiny minor superpower is what I call eagle view. I'm very good at spatial relations. I scored 99th percentile at that. One of the reasons I think I can use Tinkercad so well is that, now here's the other weird thing. I'm going to use words that don't quite make sense. Imagine this in your head right now. What do you see? Now, I can visualize this thing inside my head, and I can take it apart to its individual constituent components, and I can tell you how it works just by looking at it, if it's something that I'm close enough to my level of understanding. But I don't actually see anything in my head. If I close my eyes and imagine an apple, I'm imagining every aspect of the apple, from the color to the dimples to the little splotches on it, the way the red shifts to darker color as it gets to the little pin in the middle. But I'm not actually seeing anything. It's black. So I'm not sure how to describe it. It's not visual based. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. But anyway, I'm very good. I would probably be very good at systems integration type stuff, because I can take this apart, I can rotate it in my mind's eye, and I can visualize how this works and figure out ways I might change it. I'm very, very good at doing that. And I think that's why I'm mediocre at Tinkercad, why I'm pretty decent at figuring things out in Tinkercad. I think that skill helps me with that. And so I like to try to figure out how things work. And that includes social things like people. Why do people do the things they do? Why do people make the choices that they make? Why does groups of human beings keep making choices that are bad for them? Why do we keep choosing politicians? Why do we keep voting for things that are objectively bad for us? I mean, for some people, they're just malicious. Some people are just nasty. Some people are okay if they're suffering, as long as the person they hate suffers more. Some people are actually okay with that and prefer it. Some people are well enough off that they don't think it's going to affect them, so they don't care. Boy, are they going to get a surprise when they realize how integrated Chinese production is in everything. I love when people say, well, buy a Lulzbot. Go away. Buy a Lulzbot printer. It's made in America. No, it's not. It's 50% made in China. Buy a Formlabs printer. It's 50% made in China. Yuck. But also different understanding. The Fusion printer might be the only printer I'm aware of that might be made in the U.S., but the fact that they don't tell you it's made in the U.S. tells you it's not made in the U.S. Like, where is a U.S. manufacturer for stepper motors? Is there any made in the U.S. stepper motors? Is there any made in the U.S. stepper motors? Okay, well, these aren't readable. These are much different scale. So you're not putting these in a 3D printer. But are they even made in the USA? I don't even know if these are made in the USA, and it doesn't matter because they start at $249. One of these stepper motors starts at a price twice the price of an entire Ender 3. Okay, so even if these are American made, they're useless to us. Okay? You're looking at $249. Okay, they're useless. Can you even buy aluminum extrusions in the U.S.? Can you buy any of this stuff in the U.S.? Do people not realize how much this is going to hurt? And I'm wondering, why are people making choices that are so objectively bad for them? And this is going to blow your mind. This is from the National Literacy Institute.com. 21% of the adult U.S. population is illiterate. They do not have usable capacity to read and write. 21%! 34% of adults lacking literacy were born outside the U.S. So I get that. But that means 2/3 of that 21%, that's 240 million people, not including felons and other people. So you were probably talking about 280 million people. So that's 185 million U.S. born adults. No, 21%. So that's 1/5. So the 2/3 of 21%. 21% is 24670. 2/3 of that is 246. So 50 million U.S. born American adults are illiterate. And 54% of the entire adult population has a literacy level below a 6th grade level. If you would have told me this without me finding it on a legitimate site like this, I'd have told you you're full of shit. There is no way in hell 21% of the U.S. adult population is illiterate and 54% has less than a 6th grade literacy level. I would have told you you're mad. There's no way a modern United States has literacy that bad. Here it is. My state's the lowest child literacy. New Mexico has the lowest child literacy rate. New Hampshire has the highest percentage of adult considered literate, and Massachusetts has the highest rate of child literacy. And the state with the lowest adult literacy? California! Most probably because of immigrants. And also, California is just fucking huge. I mean, what's the population of California? 40 million people. 40 million people are in California. That's what's that? 12 or 14% of the entire U.S. population? Whew. That's a lot in one state. This explains so much. You read this. This is on. Here's the link. Now, so much of what I see in the country, so much of what I see in people's inability to comprehend that these Republicans are bad people, that these Democrats are bad people, that these people are telling you to do things that are bad for you, and yet you're doing it. You're voting for them. And I'm like, why would... Now it makes sense. I'm going to keep hitting decline. I'm busy. Now it makes sense. Now it makes so much more sense. I mean, 21% of the population is adult population, not the whole population, just the adults. 21% of the adult population is straight up illiterate. And more than half of the entire population is no more illiterate than a young child. Not even high school. Not even junior high school literate. I mean, it makes sense now. So much of this shit makes so much more sense now. It's just, I never would have guessed this if I didn't see it. If you'd have told me it, I'd have told you you're full of shit. I said, no way. No way. No. It can't be. It can't be that bad. It is. It's, wow. Wow. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right. I am going to work on, well, I already did. I'm going to get, this is the new model I'm going to print over the next week, because it takes me about 20 hours to print each one. If I go too fast, the TPU does that. And so I can't have that. So I have to slow down enough to prevent that until I can figure out why it's doing that. I wonder if going with a thicker layer height will fix it. I might have to try that. I might have to just do a couple of the vase mode prints with just the top of the shoe, because that's not going to take much plastic. Just do a couple of vase mode prints at the top of the shoe and see what happens. If the problem is I have to do this style in order to do vase mode, because I have to tell it to close all boundaries. So there can't be I can't have a dip like this. The top of the shoe has to be flat. Otherwise, it's going to draw lines across that open gap as it tries to close off both halves. So I'd have to use this style here, which I can do, because I could always print vase mode from here to here, and then print these two parts as separate pieces, so it doesn't have to move back and forth. Because the moving back and forth, you get this stuff. Because the TPU does not like bridging. Period. In my experience, TPU just does not like bridging. You can even see where I added a little bit of it sticks out here, because a lot of pressure gets pushed right here because of how big I am. So I made sure that arch in here has lots of material underneath it, just because it's got to hold my weight. You know, it's got to hold a big boy. It's got to hold me. Because I could dramatically improve the speed of printing and the material usage if I could print this top, the upper, in vase mode. So I got to work on that. I got to figure out how to do that. It would actually be pretty easy, because I could do it like this. Oh man, it's always got to get in the way. So all I gotta do is this. You do this, like that, and then just do this. Just lop off that little bit right there. If I lop off that little bit right there, I can print all the way up to, I can print from here to here in vase mode, and then just print this on the back. And I'll have to figure out how to get around that. But yeah, in theory I could do, or just get rid of that altogether. Just do that. That would be pretty close too. I might do both. I might try both of these. So let's do this. Control D. Yeah, I know you're pissed off. Okay. Now we merge. Now this is a situation where printing the insole might be better to print it separate, because then I can print vase mode from the top of the bottom sole all the way up, and then just stick the insole in the shoe. Because what keeps me, I can't do vase mode past below this. Let's see. So I can't do vase mode past this point right here, because that's where the arch comes up, and you can't print the arch in vase mode. That has to have fill to hold my weight. So I have to wait until it prints this high in order to print vase mode. Then I can switch it to vase mode. Because all this upper doesn't do anything. All it does is keep the shoe on my foot. So it being one layer thick is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't cause any problems. There's no issues with that. I gotta work on it. This is 2 versions, so let's do that one, and let's export this one as well. Oh nope, I gotta rotate it. There we go. Export. STL. This one looks nicer. It just looks prettier with the front bill and the tail. This one looks a little more plain, but if I can make this one work, it would save a lot of plastic. It might just be a matter of going slow enough to give the plastic a time to stick, because I could use so little plastic if I could put that in vase mode. This is so light. You know, it would save so much plastic, because this part just doesn't need to be super strong. I mean, it is super strong. I can't tear this. You know, it's plenty strong. It doesn't need to be stiff. It doesn't provide any support. All it does is enclose your foot and hold the shoe onto your foot. That's all it does. So this doesn't have to be thick. Only this part down here has to be thick. This little part here needs to be thick because it has to give you support. You can see the reason I have to print all this in vase mode is because that's how high up. You can just see it right there. You can see the outline of the arch. That's how high up the arch goes. So I have to print that part regular mode to get that high to finish printing the arch. Because I can't print arch and print vase mode at the same time. You can't switch back and forth in the same layer. I gotta work on that. This worked great. The dual layer, the dual material, that worked fantastically. It's super flexible. There's no issues of it coming apart. I got 4 perimeters, so I have a nice thick border there. So it's not going to tear apart my infill. That worked fantastically. So, yeah, I got to work on that. Gotta work on that. But this tells me this lack of clarity here. And then it feels rough too. The outside feels somewhat smooth. The inside feels real rough. That tells me that the TPU doesn't like being printed thin. That it's shearing and tearing as it's trying to print it. And it really, really is not happy about being printed thin. So something I didn't think of was, well, print thicker. Maybe that'll work if I print thicker. But then you run into the problem where if you print too thick, your lateral translation from layer to layer will be too high, and then you'll end up with that. So I got to work on it. I got to figure it out. But I'll try both. I want to try printing this. But first what I'll do is I will just drop this below the bed and print just the upper. And I'll experiment with different layer heights and see if any of them work better or worse. And I got some super, super dry TPU, so that shouldn't be a problem. I shouldn't have to worry about water. But yeah, go from there. And I was also thinking about trying to print. I don't have enough colors. All I have is I have the Polymaker teal. I have white basically from the Ninja Flex, and I have the purple, and I have the gold, and I think I might have a little bit of, I got a little bit of the flamingo pink. That might not be enough of the right colors, but I thought it would be fun to print one of these in TPU, just so I can just bend it and twist it around. I just thought that might be fun. Is that enough colors to do it though? I'm not sure. I might have to think. I wouldn't do it 300 millimeters. It would take too long. I'll do it in I'll do like a 200 millimeter one. But I think that would be fun to print one of these in TPU, just because it would be like, it's like whack. You know, it'd be indestructible. You couldn't break it if you tried. But I think that would be fun. So I might try that. We shall see. All right, that's it. I will see you guys later. Big shout out to CAD Print again for sending me the $50 by Cash App, and to Mike for sending me $50 by Zelle. I really, really appreciate that. And for those who didn't see early on, we nailed the goal for the month to hit that bonus from Amazon. Let's see, where is it at? Let me bring it up for you. I'll be getting 280 plus today, whatever sales happen today. I'll be getting $283 in commission from Amazon, and I also hit 9,200 and change in revenue, which means I'll be getting the $330 bonus, which is amazing. The only thing that sucks is I won't get that until June. There's a 90-day delay from when you earn it to when you get it, so I'll get that on like June 26th or 28th. I'll get that $330. Where is it? Where's the Amazon thing? Why can't I find this? Is it just on the next page? Weekly performance update. I found out this weekly performance update is dynamic. It refreshes every day. So I can click on the link from last week and see the progress every day. So let me show you this. Am I showing anything sensitive? No. I just want to show you guys, how much I appreciate that. But yeah, I hit $9,199 in revenue. That's not how much I get paid. That's how much stuff you guys bought. And that is over the $8,250, so I will get the $330. And it looks like they're going to do this for May and June as well. So if you guys can remember to, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. If you can remember to use that, my Amazon links when you want to buy something from Amazon, I really appreciate that. And this month you can say $283. It's been a long time since I made that kind of money on Amazon. I'll be able to pay my car insurance. I'll be able to pay my electric bill. I'll be able to pay everything. Come June, I'll be able to pay all my bills. So that's a big deal. I'll be able to pay my car registration, everything. That's huge. And then what else? I think there were only 2 returns the whole month. So that was a 46% conversion. Is amazing. That's an incredible conversion rate. I think that's it. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, and if you want to, you can bookmark my home page, Stickeryeti.com. I got all my social media links up here to my content, all my YouTube channels and web pages, although I got to correct a lot of it. But this Amazon page right here, have you ever thought to give away a spool of Polymaker per live stream? I can't afford that. That's like $20 a roll, $25 a roll plus shipping. I don't have that kind of money. I mean, that would be, I'm averaging $500 a month, so that would be that'd be almost 10% of my monthly income. Actually, no, that'd be more. 3, 6, 9, 12, 120. That'd be 30% of my monthly income if I did it per stream. That's once per week. That's 4 times a month. I don't got that kind of money. I could give away random filament. As long as you're willing to pay the shipping, I have plenty of filament. I could probably do that like that once or twice a month for a few months. If people want a giveaway, I could give away free rolls of filament. I'll just go out to the bus and grab random rolls. It'll almost certainly be all PLA. Well, Polymaker provides it? Okay, that I could do. Okay, if I don't have to pay for it, that I could do. I was like, because I have filament, but I would need somebody to pay the shipping because it's probably going to cost $6 or $7 to ship a roll. But yeah, if there's some kind of collaboration thing that Polymaker does for that, I'd do that. Yeah. Where do I find that? You're talking... So, when DeWitt does that, he's not paying for that? Polymaker is going to be at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. I will talk to them about that. I'd love to do that. Because they're moving filament production to here in the U.S. So they're going to be U.S. filament makers. I didn't know. So I thought DeWitt was just paying for that out of his own pocket when he did that. Oh wow! Hell yeah, I'll do that. I mean, what's the downside? I can't think of any downside. Yeah, I'll do that. Joeal. Yeah, I will. Joel, Polymaker US. Someone made a Polymaker dummy 13. That's a big dummy 13. So is this the guy you're talking about, community manager? So he'll probably be at the Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. They had a pretty big table there last year. They sponsored a lot of it. Yeah, it looks like they are sponsoring it. This is old. That's from 2020. Hell yeah, I'll check that out. I'll contact DeWitt and ask him what about it. I'd love to do that. I mean, shit. Hell, maybe they'll send me some filament. I got plenty of filament, but I don't have a lot of PETG and I don't have new colors. Because I like their plastic. This stuff printed freaking great. I mean, just look at the finish on this. Come on. That's annoying. I mean, but look at the finish on this. This is their 90A shore hardness. That's from me wearing it. You know, when I kick stuff and I kick a door and stuff like that. And that's printed like this. And I print it with a cold bed too. I printed it with a cold bed. So it didn't cost a lot in printing. 3DHP. Yes, I know him too. But yeah, that printed absolutely beautifully. Now, one thing I did discover is that I left these 3 holes in here so that I can use giblets or shoe charms, as the generic name is. And I realized that I don't know if regular shoe charms are going to fit, because this stuff is not as giving as Crocs. And it looks like they don't come apart. It looks like you just push it through and you force it through, and that's going to be pretty hard. Okay, like the one that someone gave me. When one of you guys gave me a $35 thing because it's about to expire and you had no use for it, and one of you guys gave me a $35 code for Polymaker, so that's why I used to get 2 of these. I do watch him sometimes. Oh man, this one's got lots of giblets inside. The other one printed once I figured out the profile settings. The other one printed absolutely clean. There's not a single strand out of place anywhere in there. That printed really nice. Yeah, I'm actually just blown away by how nice this printed. Meet the Makers, yeah. 3D. Let me make sure I'm subscribed to him. .3DHP. There's 3DHP. The Jerry Show. Okay. Notify me, upcoming, and I am subscribed. Okay. So 3DHP Weekly Maker Podcast. I told it to notify me when that's coming up, because it looks like it's coming up on the 3rd, this Saturday at 1 p.m. Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to find. I had contact with somebody who said that they'll pretty much do 10 kilograms on a whim. Like if you need 10 or less kilograms for something, they'll help you out with that. And bigger than that, it needs approval. But yeah, I definitely want to take advantage of that. I've been watching. Who's that? She's really adorable. She's very nerdy and adorable. She makes really nice multicolor projects. I love watching her videos because her attitude is just so good. And I love watching her. She's great. Every time I see her, I just smile. She has so much fun doing what she does. Let me find it. She is definitely somebody you should subscribe to if you're not already. Oh, did you see Toast with his 3D printable typewriter? That was pretty hot. So you, come on. Where the hell is it? There it is. I think I need to make my mouse cursor bigger. So there's Toast with his 3D printed typewriter. Where is she? I love her videos. She makes some of the most beautiful prints. She just did a whole gypsy circus fortune teller diorama kind of thing. Come on. Did you see Uncle Jesse did the He-Man wig? That was great. And also Nate from the internet, he's doing the 20 time upscale castle Lego kit. That's another great one you should be watching. Here it is. Here she is. Macy Makes 3D. This is her latest.
AI can help you get better at 3D modeling. Well, today I'm putting it to test.
Where's the cursor? I think what's happening is my cursor is stuck in this window here. So I need to change the position of that window. Well, it's right here. I need to put you over here like this. There. So left is the little screen, right is the tablet. Because that's getting annoying as hell. I don't see it. Where's the cursor? There it is. Oh, it's tiny. That's why. It's a tiny cursor. That looks too big. No, it's 1024. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. I think that's it for today. I will definitely get in touch with Polymaker at the Maker event. I'm hoping Jam GHD is there again with extra filament because his Pet G was fantastic as well. Very good Pet G. I can't think of anything else. I don't know if I'll have time. I would like to try to downscale these. I think 50% scale. I could probably still even use a 0.4mm nozzle, but I would like to make it functional. So I may attempt to. I might bring the Sapphire online and print a set of these at 1/2 scale so I can make earrings out of them. But I want to try to keep them functional. I want to try to keep them so they actually work. I'm thinking a ballpoint pen spring might be about the right size for 1/2 scale. But I think that would be really slick to do that. I want to get another pair of the shoes. I have these shoes, so I'll be wearing these at the event. I wore these all day yesterday. They were completely comfortable. I had no comfort issue whatsoever. They didn't hurt my feet. They didn't cause me any problems. No chafing. They didn't tear me up at all. So these worked great. That was one of my viewers sent me that. What was his name? I posted it the last time we were on stream. Let me find it for you. But more than just making these 1/2 scale just because they'd be adorable earrings, I want them to be functional. I want to be able to go, see, watch. I just think that would be so cool. Let's see. Maker World Claw. Not that one. There it is. There it is. found it. And I believe he sells them too. Oh, I really hope this is him and not somebody ripping him off. Let me verify this before I post it. Let's see. If I go to... I don't want to post someone's knockoff of his print. It looks like his print, but I want to make sure. Because he... the one who sent me all the Ninja Flex. Come on. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. You. Tabs to make it less grumpy. Firefox can eat up RAM real quick when you start getting a whole bunch of tabs open. I still haven't gotten that email asking for my address, and nothing is in the spam folder. So make sure you send that email to me so I can send you my address for the armor pendant earrings. Okay, Ninja. That didn't work. Flex. There it is, Kurt. His name is Kurt. Now, where is the link? He sent me a piece of paper with the link on it, but I don't know where that paper is now. I don't see it. Oh, I hope this is you, Kurt. Okay, it looks like he's talking about it. I've added a version 2. Yeah, this is probably him. Okay, good. 122, and that number looks familiar. Okay. Here it comes. Yeah, Macy Makes 3D is awesome. That's the third link I provided. I love her video. I'm in love with her videos. She's just such a happy person. And she does such a good job making these prints. I like happy people. You know, when you can tell that they enjoy what they're doing, that just makes me smile. Okay, so there's the link for the claw. I want to download this. Download all? Okay. I want to print this at half scale. Just because I think that'd be cool. And then of course I also want to print one as big as humanly possible. I like that. Arcade coin slot fidget toy. Let me bring that up so you can see it. That's cute. I like that. That's a Hue Forge. Go away. Why would you only show me 4? Show me all 10. Teddy bear racing helmet. I like that. Now I wonder why the claw doesn't show up on here. Oh, there it is. Mini claw. Duh. How the hell did I miss that? Okay. But yeah, there's his claw. And there's a link for it. Alright. That's it. I've got to call my neighbor back because I'm guessing his medicine's ready to get picked up. So I'm going to go pick up his medicine for him. And I've got to get to the post office. I got a bunch of packages to pick up. All the Temu stuff's coming in right away. You can maybe still take advantage of this Temu deal if it pops up for you. It's just not quite as cheap as it used to be. But basically they had this $20 coupon that you only had to spend $20. So, you had to spend $20.01. And I actually did place an order for $20.01. I paid a penny. I got 2 shirts and a pair of socks, and I paid a penny for it. They keep giving it to me every day. Yesterday was the first day I couldn't use it because I had no money. There's a few more DeWalt tools that I want to get. Like, that's how I got this. I got this, the soldering iron was $27. I paid $7 for it because I used a $20 coupon. So it's a DeWalt soldering iron, attaches to the DeWalt battery. I got this light. This light was absolutely free. It was $17.75. I added a couple pair of earrings to get me above the $20 minimum, and so I got this for free. And I also, well, this I didn't get for free because I got this from AliExpress. I could not find this on Temu. It was $17 on AliExpress. Now they're about 30. You can get these on Amazon too. But this is a 100 watt bidirectional charger. So I can output 100 watts or input 100 watts. So I can recharge my DeWalt batteries at 100 watts, which is freaking awesome. So this is a 6 amp hour DeWalt battery. It just snaps on there. You see I'm at 41%. And you plug this bad boy in, and you can see it charge at 65 watts. What's it doing? Oh, there it goes. Okay. There we go. Now you see it's charging at 65 watts. That's just awesome. That's just freaking awesome. So, I can get that battery charged up. I also got a cordless paint sprayer. It was $23.35, so I paid $3.35 for it. I also got a little vacuum for the car. That was $21.12, so I paid $1.12. I also got a what was the other one? There was one more thing I got. I also got a Bluetooth speaker, again free. Just kept. Well, what it is that coupon pops up. You have to buy 2 items, and you buy 2 items, you get $825 worth of coupons. The big deal is one of those coupons is a $20 no minimum spend coupon. As long as your order is 1 penny more than the coupon, you can use the coupon. And before the cutoff date for the tariffs, I was ordering 90-cent pair of earrings. I would just grab oh, that's 79 cents, that's $1.03. So I'd pay $2, order 2 pair of earrings, free shipping, and I'd get the $20 coupon, and then I immediately turn around and buy one of these tools, one of these DeWalt compatible tools. They have Milwaukee, Makita, and all that stuff too. And I would buy one of these tools for my DeWalt batteries, because I have 12 DeWalt batteries. And I just kept doing that every day. But now all the prices are about doubled, and you got to pay $3 shipping if you do local local warehouse, because otherwise the tariff comes out to more than the product. And so now I have to spend about $8 or $9 to get the coupon. Still worth it, but now I'm at the point where I'm just out of money. Because it's not much. I only have to spend $7 or $8 to get the $20 item for free. But now, first of all, I'm out of $20 items, and second of all, I can't spend $2 to get the coupon anymore. Now I have to spend $7 or $8 to get the coupon. And I also got all my flags. So you guys know I have the custom flags that I've been ordering. These here. This is the one I'm going to hang up for Armor. That one came out nice. I have another one made that says Loveland, Colorado, and the dates. And then I got I made up a basically everybody who is going to be involved in projects that I made at the event. So I have a Filamentum flag, a Polymaker flag, a Nano Polymer Vision Miner flag, and one more, and Diamondback nozzle flag. And so those I got all for free. It came to $22.89 to get me above the $20 minimum, and then I applied the $20 coupon. So I paid $2.89 for 7 custom flags, or 8 custom flags. The one order of 3 got canceled, and they actually gave me a pro rata coupon back. So I lost $6.07 worth of the coupon because of the order being canceled. So they gave me a $6.06 coupon, minimum spend $6.07. That's pretty cool of them to do that. And also, you can try this. This works if you want to buy a bunch of stuff. If you want to, like, for example, a lot of these tools, these Makita, Milwaukee, and DeWalt tools are available from local warehouses. So you don't have to order from China. You know, they've already ordered it. They're here in the U.S. and they ship it to you directly. As long as you order over $30 worth, it's free shipping. And even with the $3 charge, it's worth it many times. I don't know if this will work for you. You'll have to try it. I get nothing for this. These are just things I found. You know, I don't get a commission. I don't get nothing. Type in Temu, you can type what you want in the search box. You can also type keywords in the search box that will invoke actions. So if you type in farmland, you load the farmland game, for example, which is I'm probably not going to do it again after I win this one. But it's just annoying. But there's one called WinCredit, WINCREDIT. Try that. See if it works for you. Don't try it unless you're ready to use it, because you have a 30-minute window if it works the same for you as it worked for me. I hear this works different for different people. So the way it worked for me is it said that what did I have to do? I think I had to buy 1 or 2 items to make it work. And so I just bought something cheap. And then the way it worked is you got a $100 cash back by PayPal. And I got it. I got the $100 back, so it's legit. But it's that little trickery they use where, okay, you get cash back credit for your purchases. And that cash back credit has to equal $100, and you get the $100 cash back. So it says, you're a valued VIP customer. Here's 85 credits. And you ordered 6 times. Here's 5 credits. And you end up at $90 or 90 coins. I'm going to call it coins. You end up at 90 coins. So you have to get 10 more coins, and then you get the $100 cash back. Not Temu credit. You can pick Temu credit if you want, but you can also pick PayPal credit, and you actually get a PayPal back. You get $97.29 when PayPal takes their fees, so you lose $2.71 to PayPal fees. Whoopee. Now, you get the way mine was set up. Oh, this is so fucking aggravating that this keeps doing this. Go away. I hate Messenger. The way it works is you get 2% cash back for everything you order. So that means you have to order $200 worth of stuff. When you're ordering tools, that doesn't take much. Okay, you can find $200 worth of tools for your battery type very easy. And you can compare these with prices on Amazon. They're good prices. I always do. I always look for the cheapest. So 2% cash back for credit means that you would have to buy $200 worth of stuff in order to get oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot. The first thing you have to do is, mine was a minimum $5. Some people get minimum $10, some people get minimum $20, but basically you have to place a small order and you get 5 more coins. That's huge. So you place the small order. I placed an order for, mine was a minimum spend of $5, so I just found a couple things worth $5 that I wanted, and I bought them, and that got me the 5 coins and 2% cash back. Obviously, the 2% cash back wasn't very much on that purchase. So I ended up still needing $3.90 in coins to get the $100 cash back. Well, after you place that first order, for 30 minutes, and only 30 minutes, they upgraded to 3% credit back. That's a big deal. Now, instead of having to order $192 worth of stuff to get the $3.90 in credit coins I needed back, I only had to order $142 worth of stuff. So I grabbed the things that I wanted, placed the order, got the $3.90 credit, and now here's the one catch. They do not give you the $100 immediately. And there's a very good reason for that. Temu credit they can take back if you don't meet the terms. PayPal credit they cannot take back. Once they send you the $100 in PayPal, there's no way for them to take that back. So their one condition is they send you the $100 once your order ships. You don't have to receive it. Your order just has to ship. Because once your order ships, you can't cancel it. You can return it, but you can't cancel it. And what they want to prevent is people from order $200 worth of stuff, get $100 in PayPal cash, and then cancel the order. Now they just got $100 for nothing. Okay, and absolutely people would do that. Thousands of people would do that in a heartbeat. You can create fake PayPal accounts all day long and Temu accounts all day long, and just place a bunch of orders, get your $100 from each, and then cancel it. So the one condition is you wait until it ships. I didn't even have to go. You go to the site, win credit, a keyword, to check on the status of your cash back. I didn't even have to go there. The moment my order was marked to ship, I got the $97 back from PayPal. So if you have $200 worth of this tool kind of stuff that you want to buy from local warehouses on Temu, also they have Filament, very good deals. We're talking PLA, PETG, and even for under $10 a kilo, and TPU as low as $14 a kilo. So you could buy that too. And if you buy it within that 30-minute window where you get the 3% cash back, then you only need to spend like $150. And then you get $100 cash back. So you're spending $50 to get $150 worth of stuff. Yes, they've offered it to me 3 more times, and I can't use it because I don't have enough money. If I had the money, I'd have a stack of TPU here right now. Because there's a bunch of things I want to do with TPU now. Because TPU is just so freaking strong. Like, I'm going to do my flag mounts. I've decided that the little garden flag mounts, where is it at? I had it right here. I am going to print the base mount in TPU from now on. Let's see, where is it? It's gone! No! It's here somewhere. But the little flag mount that I make for my garden flags for... Seriously? These things. The garden flag mounts. The base, I'm going to print it in TPU from now on. Because it doesn't take much TPU, very little. And it'll basically be indestructible. Let me see if your email came through. So that's a way to get some filament cheap. It's a way to get these power tool connector things for free, for very cheap. So if you have the money to take advantage of that, do it. Take advantage of it. Local warehouse counts. Some coupons are, they exclude local warehouse because Temu doesn't make as much money. But the $20 no min spend and the $100 cash back from PayPal do not have that restriction. So you can use them to buy that stuff. Let me see if I can show you. Win credit. Let me see if it'll let me show you. No, it doesn't look like it's working. Oh yeah, here it is. That just said coupon bundle. Here it is. Here it is. It's just taking a long time to load. I don't know why the Temu site is so slow on the PC. So that's $100. You triggered a hidden reward. Although this looks different than on the on the phone. Maybe it's a phone only thing. Some things only work on the app. See, in the phone, yeah, see, this is not working. This is not it. This is not it. You got to do it from the phone. On the phone, you can choose $300 in coupons, or you can choose $300 or 3 free items like this here, or you can choose $100 credit. So it looks like it doesn't work on the PC. So you have to use it for you have to use it on the phone, on a tablet or a phone. You have to use the Temu app. It doesn't work on the PC. I can try to show that to you. Oh, the event has ended, so I don't have it. But that's what it looks like on my phone. You see $100 in credits. So maybe they ended it, maybe it doesn't work anymore. I don't know. But they also have a an ash, a DeWalt powered ash canister that I wanted to get. I just didn't have the money. Okay, I got your. Oh no! I'm showing the whole screen, aren't I? Yep, I was. Okay. Okay, you didn't have your address here. Good. But yeah, for the past couple of weeks they've been going crazy, just tossing money around. Okay, there you go. I sent my address to you. Yeah, Temu's just been throwing money around, trying to ramp up their sales as much as possible, I guess, before these tariffs go into effect. I genuinely hope they survive the next 3.5 years. I hope the rest of the world buys enough from them to survive the next 3.5 years, to get past all this bullshit with, where is my phone? Are you kidding me? There it is. Let's disconnect this. Yes. That brings it over here. I can close this, re-enable preview, and that puts it back here where it belongs. Okay. I was just getting my phone back to normal. Turning off all that stuff. But I hope they survive the next 3.5 years until more rational people get into office and can erase all these stupid tariffs that he's added. Hopefully we haven't destroyed our relationships with too many of these countries, because Temu and AliExpress are really nice resources. It's just, you can get stuff so ungodly cheap. It's just incredible how cheaply you can get stuff. It's weird how some things are expensive, though. This is something that I noticed that was really weird. Like, you want a pair of really nice, stainless steel earrings. These were less than $2. I love this. This costs like $3. I love that. That's getting hung up outside. Yeah. My fairies are attack fairies. They're gonna eat you. You can get socks for $2 a pair. Okay, and then you look at nail polish, and it costs more than it costs on Amazon. Why is that so expensive? Why is that so cheap and this so expensive? I guess just certain things. It's very weird how some things will be so cheap, and then strangely this one particular item is just crazy expensive for some reason. I never did figure out why that happens. It's gonna suck. I wasn't able to order any more of my Q-tips, and now I can't, because I'm not paying a 300% markup on them just to give to Donald Trump. I'd rather just buy them from Dollar Tree now. It's It comes in a bag just like everything else. It comes in the same plastic Temu bag like everything else. It's not shipped separate. That was just one example. I thought, oh, hey, let me check Temu for nail polish, see if it's available cheap there. Nope, not cheap. Now I know some things are opportunistic. Some things have a perceived value, and so they cost more because they know they can get more. And if you can figure out the correct words to use to find no, it's not bulk versus individual. Like I said, less than $2. Hell, I got this. You get a kick out of this. Oh, man. Come here. I paid $3.56 for this. Alright? My name. Custom. A custom pin with my name. I got a custom set of earrings with the name on it. And I got a custom necklace with 2 cats. One says Ender, one says Knoll. All for less than $4 each. So, no, it's not bulk versus individual. It's something else. There's something about that particular product that for some reason there's just a higher cost involved or something. It's just some aspect I'm not aware of. But it's definitely not a bulk versus individual. Because because that definitely costs more than that. Dollar Tree sells these for $1. So this definitely costs more than this. And maybe there's more labor involved. Maybe it can't be automated like this kind of stuff can be. I'm not sure. It's interesting though. Now sometimes it'll be opportunistic pricing. The Chinese market is extremely capitalist, and not only do they drive each other down to the lowest price that they can, but they also know to take advantage of things. Like when something's brand new and hot and it's not available on Amazon yet, the price is very high because they know they can ask a high price. But if you wait a month until that product has proliferated, you'll see the price just start to go, ooh. Like the big sandworm snake that we got from Michelle. We paid $30 for it because that was the going price at the time. Now you can buy, well, not anymore because of the tariffs, but about a month and a half after we bought it, you can get it for like $19. So that does happen, but this wasn't that kind of thing. It was weird. I'll have to find some. Well, now it's impossible to find examples because of all the prices are going haywire because everybody's trying to figure out this tariff stuff. But beyond that, it's weird. It's really weird sometimes. There's times where I get like this here. This is a pair of earrings, a bracelet, and a necklace. It's a whole set of all three, all matching design decor. And which one is this? I don't even know which one this is. Oh no, this is the 3-piece butterfly snake chain set. It's something different. But they're like $3 or $4. It's so cheap, it's ridiculous. It really enlightens you as to how much American retailers are ripping us off because they're selling the exact same stuff. It's not an American version of the item and that's a Chinese knockoff. No, it's the exact same Chinese product from the exact same Chinese factory from the exact same Chinese seller. The only difference is the sticker. This one says Hyper Tough from Walmart. This one says Jiangdong La from whatever the Chinese seller's company name that he created is. Otherwise, it's the identical same product. The Temu and AliExpress have just opened our eyes to just how little American retailers are paying for these products. They're paying basically nothing for them. If I can buy, if I can buy these for $1.69, and that's at a profit to the person selling them, including the fees that Temu charges them to sell on their platform, could you imagine what the American company interacting directly with the manufacturer and how much they're paying when they order 500 copies of this? They're probably paying 60 or 70 cents a set, and then they're selling it to you for $30. The profit margins are just way beyond anything even I could have imagined. I knew the profit margins were exorbitant. I didn't know they were that exorbitant. I didn't know the price difference was that dramatic. It's just, anybody who had the money to order a shit fuck ton of stuff off Temu before the tariffs went into effect, and then they're just sitting on that stuff right now, doing nothing with it, not even putting it up for sale. They're waiting for all of this crap with the tariffs to make the whole system blow up, and then they're going to put it on Amazon. And they're going to make a killing! Oh my God, they're going to make so much money. There are so many things I wanted to buy. The hummingbirds are a very big deal here locally. And there are earrings and necklaces and bracelets and sun catchers and solar light up stuff and metal signs and hummingbird socks. All kinds of hummingbird stuff. If I had $500, I would have bought like 20 copies of everything. Waited a month after the tariffs go into effect. Put it up for half what the sellers are selling it for on Amazon. Half. And I would turn that $500 into $3,000. I mean, it's just, oh my God, the price differential is just, I had no idea they were making that kind of profit. I mean, just look at this stuff. Look at this. This is not junk. Look at the quality of this. There's nothing junk about this. $3.56. Custom and personalized. You can put whatever word you want on there. $3.56. I happen to remember it. That's exactly what that cost me. $3.56 for a custom name pin that says Nereus. I think the earrings were actually cheaper. I think the earrings actually cost less. I think I actually forgot to order the necklace. That sucks. Because, do you know what it would cost to get something like this made here in the U.S.? This would be like $50. I wonder, is there even an example of it? And any example I find might not be valid. Custom name necklace. Yeah. Well, that's solid gold. You can't use that. Here we go. Custom name necklace, $105. Mother's Day custom name necklace, $102. Custom name necklace, $90. Here's a relatively cheap one. Mint and Lily, 18 karat gold plated, $49. So you can get it custom made. Only if it's in the U.S. If it's not in the U.S., you're screwed. If it's being drop shipped from China, you can't get it anymore. Of course, the damn necklace is too short. The biggest one they have is 22 inches, 30 inches minimum. It says this item is made to order, but is it made in the U.S.? And you got to pay shipping. It's only free shipping on 65 plus. And no way of knowing if this is made in the U.S. If it's made in the U.S., then you're looking at about probably about $60 with tax. I was just finding an example of a company that does a custom necklace. So here's a fairy name necklace for $49. You got to pay shipping and tax. So it's going to cost you because you only get shipping if you go 65 plus. So you're going to be paying $60 for this necklace, and I could get the same thing from the exact same thing from Temu for $4. That's a 15 to 1. That's a 15 to 1 price ratio. That's unheard of. And how much do you want to bet they're drop shipping? Because this stuff looks like this. This looks like stuff I've gotten off Temu. How much do you want to bet they're drop shipping from a Chinese manufacturer, which means you can't buy this for this price anymore? Because the tariff on this $49 item would be 30% right now, and it's going to be more in June. So right now the tariff on this would be another $15. So this would be an $80 necklace now. And that's That's just batshit insane. I did. I switched the screen. Didn't I? Yeah, I switched the screen. Do you not see the screen switched yet? Yeah, it's. I'm looking at it live. It's switched. You might not be live, so make sure you click live. But yeah, I switched. I saw when Big Bad Joe first posted screen. Yes. No. The Hummers have finally started coming in here. There have already been sightings of the Hummers, so I'm getting ready to set up a bird feeder for the hummingbirds. I love hummingbirds. Taking pictures of hummingbirds is so much fun. I pull out the 600mm lens for that. But yeah, your price is $50 to $100. This one is probably going to go away because this one is probably being drop shipped from China. All of these are gone now. You can forget about getting anything off Etsy now. All these, that's even the same damn picture they used on Temu. Okay, so these are all now gone. You can't buy these anymore anywhere. These are all going to be history because these, I guarantee you 100%, these are being drop shipped from Temu or something like it. Because I remember this picture. Yeah, I've seen this picture on Temu. I've seen this picture on Temu. Right, so these are all drop ship China products. These are not being made by these people at Etsy. So all these are going to go away. This one could be local. That looks like charms. So they could have bought all these charms off Temu and then they're putting them together and same to you. These are like beads. The chain goes through the letters. So all they have to do is buy a few hundred of each. Then show the photos if you can. Right now I can't. Did I post any hummingbird photos? I might have. Hang on. I don't remember if I posted any to Facebook or not. Oh, I did post to Nextdoor. I did post pictures to Nextdoor, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Just please get out of my way. Why do you have to be so slow? Posts. Oh, these Brussels sprouts were... These Brussels sprouts were so freaking good. I ate nothing but Brussels sprouts for like 3.5 days. They were so good. There's my little nosy. I had to pay my cat tax. Every now and then you got to pay a cat tax. Yeah, this screwdriver. Walmart sells this for $20. Now they sell it for $15. But they were selling this for $20. It's the exact same screwdriver you could buy on AliExpress for $3.50. I was trying so hard to get these. These are tubes that look like the candies, and they're filled with candy. It's like a candy gift thing you can get. But I wanted to make these into rockets so bad. This is when I made chili using my Instant Pot. Oh, that chili came out so good. Here's the Northern Lights from right in front of my house. That little red blob is the Northern Lights. It was visible all the way down here in New Mexico. It was just barely bright enough for my phone to pick it up. And only for about 10 minutes. You could see it for over an hour, but most of the time it wasn't bright enough for your phone camera to pick it up. But for this little period of time, it was just bright enough for my phone camera to pick it up. Here's when I saw an entire carrier truck full of Cybertrucks. There's 4 Cybertrucks and 2 Teslas. What was this? Oh, this is just a salad I made. It was very good. Some more veggies I got. I thought that was cute. This is when they had heads of broccoli at Roadrunner. So I roasted a whole bunch of broccoli in my Ninja. Oh my god, that was so good. Here's someone who stole my mail. Yep, the bastard kept my package. The post office guy put it in the wrong box, and of course the guy kept it. Kitty, kitty, kitty. That's Sonic. I got one of those stuffed waffle makers, so I tried making strawberry stuffed waffles. It was pretty good. It wasn't bad. This one was I put sausage and scrambled eggs inside the waffles. That was actually pretty good. I know. A lot of people think, oh, here's the eclipse, the ring of fire. I took a picture of that. It came out really good. So that's the sun and that's the moon. Here's the beginning. I want to find out how to get more of these. This is pretty, very pretty plant. I'd like to get more. I just thought those clouds were pretty. The new Starbucks. Come on, where's the hummingbirds? I know I posted them here, but it was a few years ago. If anybody wants a jackhammer and you're close enough to get it, I still have this jackhammer. It's worth about $1,000. I'm trying to get $700 for it. It's brand new in the box, never opened. It's a 20 amp electric jackhammer. Pringles rocket. Here's where I 3D printed the parts to make a rocket out of Pringles cans. My pizza cooker. Logan got me that. It was wonderful. This is how I make my water. I have this water distiller, and it distills the water into this, because you can't really drink the water out of the faucet. It's nasty. Some pretty flowers. Got some surprisingly good close-ups of some bugs. This one's cool too. Really nice picture of grasshoppers. Look at that. That's using my cell phone. This is from my camera phone, from this phone, this Ulefone Armor 21. It's really a pretty impressive device. Where? Oh, that's pretty flowers. We're getting closer. This is when we were helping a lady clean up her yard. They still ended up taking her house from her. Bastards. This is a 30-yard dumpster. We filled it in 2 hours. 2 hours. We filled the whole thing. Incredible. Oh, here's the lunar eclipse. I know it's here. Just gotta... Come on. There's the almost total eclipse. Oh, come on. Yeah, I got stuck in this mud hole, and the AAA guy tried to extort me for $250 to get unstuck. There we go. Hummingbirds. Oh, I can't make it full screen? Close enough, I guess. The first 50 shots I took, they're gone because there was no memory card in the camera, and yet the camera kept taking pictures as if there was. I was pissed because I got a shot of this red-throated one when this was glistening and bright with the sunlight, and by the time I realized there was no memory card, the sunlight had changed. But there's one of those. I love taking pictures of this kind of stuff. Hummingbirds are so beautiful. These were taken with my Sigma 150 600mm lens. So far, they haven't bothered me. I hope that continues. He took a piss. I just thought that was good. Hummingbird going to the bathroom. But yeah, those shots came out nice. I love butterflies and hummingbirds. Any insects, really. Insects make for good pictures. It's good pictures because it's something that we don't normally get to see. You know, it's normally difficult for us to see details in creatures this small because they're so small and you usually can't get close to them. So pictures are just fascinating because we don't normally get that perspective in that much detail. I would love to pet a hummingbird. Even just one time. I just want to pet a hummingbird. I love the way the light shines through it. I think this is where we got the idea for stained glass. I'm betting butterflies is where we got the idea for stained glass. These are all cropped and compressed, of course, but the originals are higher resolution. I shot this with my my 50 megapixel Canon full frame DSLR, 50 megapixels, with a Sigma 150-600, which is not quite sharp enough for 50 megapixels. The resolution of that lens is probably closer to 40 megapixels. I only have a couple of lenses that are close to 50 megapixels in resolution. My 40 millimeter Pancake STM, that will do it. My 50 millimeter 2.8, that'll do it. My 7200 Mark II L, that's good for about 46, 47 megapixels. You know, just because you put a 100 megapixel sensor in a camera doesn't mean your optics are capable of capturing that much resolution. And so only a few select lenses are even capable of resolving 50 megapixels. I think the Sigma is good for about 40, 36 or 40, which is fine. That's plenty. Oh, that's so pretty. That's one of my favorites. I love that shot. But yeah, I want to try to shoot more of this stuff this year. Alrighty, I got to get going because I got to get over to the post office. Oh, this was a event that they held near us. I was able to sneak a little bit of video of it. Michelle wanted to go see it, so we went to see it. She liked it. I finally found one of these doors. I just have to mount it to the back for my water heater. All right. That is it. I will see you guys later. Thank you again to Mike and CAD Print for the $50 each. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who's using my Amazon link to let me hit that target. That money is going to help so much, and it's just buying stuff you were going to buy anyway, and I get the benefit. You know, basically, I made almost $600. I made $600 this month. $613 from Amazon. That's huge. I won't get it until June, sadly. I gotta wait until June. I could have used it last month to get some shit from Temu, but still, that's gonna pay my insurance. It's gonna pay my registration. I'll be caught up on my electric. So that's a big deal. I really appreciate that. If you guys can remember to do it for May and June, I'd appreciate it, because it costs you nothing. Just use my link and I get credit for it. But if I'm assuming they're doing the same thing. They didn't say they were, but they have that link there for May and June. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same thing. That if I hit $8,250, I get another $330. So obviously I want to try to do that. Tomorrow's Michelle's birthday. So in fact, that money you sent me today is going to help a lot because I got an angel stitch balloon, and I had negative $16 in my account, so I couldn't even go get helium to fill it up. So I'll be able to get that balloon filled. I want to get a nice little gift bag to put the stuff that Logan and I got her, to have a nice little gift bag for her, and maybe get her a little cake, and I saw her yesterday, but tomorrow's her birthday, so I'm going to go see her again tomorrow. I'm going to bring the tablet, set up a video chat with Logan, and try to give her something to look forward to for her birthday, you know? And go from there. That's it. I will see you guys next week. Don't forget, PayPal at Nerisse.com to send me a PayPal, Zelle at Nerisse.com. If you want to send me something by Zelle, that's the best because there's no taxes involved, there's no fees involved. It's instant. It goes right into my account. And of course, if you want to support me monthly, Patreon. I have a wish list on Amazon if you want to get me something off there. I got a whole bunch of tool stuff on there. Don't get that. I have to move all that to my other list. I don't need that. Look at the reasonable stuff, filament and stuff like that. You don't have to buy me that junk. I didn't realize I was adding it to my personal wish list instead of my found on Amazon list. So I got to go through and clean all that out of there. The flags should be in country before the actually we can check right now. Oh, here it is. No, it is still available. I think. Pick now. No, this is something different. Confirm. I think this is just a $300 coupon bundle. Yeah. Oh, I think this is the same $20 coupon. $400 bundle. Pick your first item, get $400. Oh, it didn't mention the $20 one might be done with. Because the next thing I was going to get was the little chainsaw for DeWalt batteries. It was $23, so I'd only have to pay $3. Just to use the $20 coupon. And I would only have to pay $3 for it. But, ooh, this guy has TPU for 16. But he doesn't have the clear. All he has is white, yellow, and black. Come on. I want the transparent red and the transparent green and the transparent purple. They're more fun colors. But yeah, definitely check those coupons. They're pretty shocking. Come on, get out of here. Just keep exiting. Just Jesus. Just let me bring up my history. Here we go. Let's see, where are the flags? Yeah, here's the paint sprayer. You can see the paint sprayer. I paid $0. I'll sell the one that I have in the cabinet here because I'd rather have the cordless one. Oh, heat gun. That's the other item I got with the $20 coupon. I got the nice heat gun that has adjustable temperature. I also got the little inverter that you plug the battery into. You can see I added some butterfly stickers to get the free shipping. Being inspected at customs. Yes. So my flags are being inspected at customs, which means they will get here. They'll be through customs before the tariff bullshit goes into effect. Good. Good. So you can see I got one. I got a Diamondback nozzle one made. I got another Armorf one, except this time I added the date and location to the flag. I got a Vision Miner one made. I couldn't find any high-res logos, so I found this, and I used that to make the flag. I got a Polymaker one made. And I got a Filamentum one made. So I'll have those at my table, just to show off my little garden flag holders that I made, since I'm going to have my 8-foot light post there. And also, I used that $20 coupon, and I got all those for free. Cost me nothing, zero. Well, okay, it cost me the little purchase to get the coupon. What did I spend to get the coupon? I spent $2.28. I bought 2 mom heart earrings for $2.28. And that got me the coupon that allowed me to get all the garden flags for free. And I did the same thing the next day. I bought $1.85 worth of earrings and used that next $20 coupon to get the power inverter for my DeWalt batteries for free. I like free. I really like free. I got this awesome hat. I just like it. It's a blue hat and it says feral. So when someone says, "What's feral mean?" I'm just going to turn around and go, just to see their reaction. Picked up by customs clearance, being handed over by customs, good. Partial delivery, picked up by custom clearance, delivered to mailbox, picked up by custom clearance, good. Very, very good. Is there anything that's not going to make it in country in time? Pickup of parcels by truck provider. What's that mean? Released by customs. That's all that matters. It's past customs. Picked up by customs clearance. Being handed over by customs. Picked up by customs clearance. Past customs. No, this is local warehouse, so it doesn't matter. Both of these are picked up by customs clearance. Local warehouse doesn't matter. Inspected at customs. Local. Okay, this one might not make it. Now, I already technically paid the customs thing, but I don't know how that's going to work exactly. I also got my light bulbs for free. My motion sensor light bulbs burned out. One of them did. So I got a 2-pack for $6, local warehouse. For my utility room and Michelle's hallway, I have a motion sensor bulb because the light switch is at the other end of the hallway. And so yeah, everything's in country. So I shouldn't have to worry about anything. Goody. And I also finally got my Hiss shirt. I finally, just in time, literally days before it would have been too late to order, I finally found another copy of the Hiss shirt that I want. That's was 9X is my size. There it goes. So yeah, I've been wanting that shirt for forever. Oh, I've been wanting that shirt for so long. But yeah, well, that ride is over. That ship has now sailed. We now have to wait to see if Congress can do anything, or if saner heads will prevail, or are we going to have to wait 4 years to undo all this bullshit? So, the big question is, will the Democrats undo it? They might not, because they're just as evil as the Republicans. They're all evil. They all taste good. That's it. I will see you guys later. I'll see you next week. Hopefully I'll have a better pair of those shoes going. And there's a couple other things that I'm working on. We'll see if I can manage it in time. The Sapphire doesn't take a lot of power, so I think I can get that one booted up. So I may just try slapping this all on a raft at 1/2 scale and just print it and see what happens. Maybe I get lucky. At 1/2 scale, it's not going to take much plastic. So I really don't care. If it ends up failing, it's only going to take 30 or 40 grams of plastic. So I might just slap all that on a build plate and just print. Maybe print 2 of them. One in one color, one in another color, and then swap parts to make it multicolor. We shall see. But That's it. What else? Is there anything else? I can't think of anything else. I got to reprint the base of the light tower. Otherwise, the light tower is ready to go for Rocky Mountain Rep Wrap. I do still need to print a base for the rocket. It melted outside. It got too hot in the trailer, and the tubes were made out of PETG, and they're fine. But the fin can was made out of PLA, and it it did not like the heat. I think that's about it. I got toolboxes ready. I am ready to begin attempting to print multicolor toolboxes. I want to try to put like I did with this here. I want to put logos on the toolbox, and so I'd like to embed it in, but the problem is the way I print these lids, embedding it would result in me having to print it on the print bed, and that's much more difficult to do. So what I'm probably going to have to do is just print this with top and bottom layers. I won't be able to use that really nice hexagonal infill because there's no way that top layer is going to print properly. Now what I could do, I could print the lid first and then print the color of the logo inside as a first layer and then print the rest of the lid. That could work. It'd be more reliable. There'd be a higher probability of it sticking. I gotta figure it out. I gotta work on it. But we'll see. Alrighty. I will see you all next week, and we will see what kind of progress I make. You guys all have a good night, and thank you again for the support. Thank you again to Mike. Thank you again to CAD Prints, and thank you to Kurt for the Ninja Flex. I really appreciate it, and thank you everybody for using the Amazon link. And I will see you all next week.